Good morning, a very warm welcome to the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth for the beginning of day 2 here at Women's Week at the MODUS Super Series. We've got 6 stars of the female game in action, jousting it out for the top prize and that title of Women's Week champion. We saw 6 of those stars go toe-to-toe yesterday, and this is the best of the action.
Finds it. 36 to leave 36 elsewhere, and that is just showing a little bit of fight from Sherrock. Could have easily been beaten 3-0 there in the previous visit, but that's a perfect adjustment. She misses the ball, Frida gets to go at top through a ton topper of her own. Fabulous finish from Frida Gulliver to level this match.
Early opportunity here for Sheldon. He's 36 for a break. Finds it 2-dart checkout on 93.
And that happens in a match where her opponent has been averaging somewhere between 110 and 130 throughout.
The throw, but BEAU Sullivan most definitely will be happy with that.
Double 16. Oh, what a way to win it from Fallon Sherrock. Oh, absolutely brilliant. She didn't even have to go for it, which is why we were just sort of holding our breath to see if she would.
Perhaps not a surprise to see that it is Greaves and Fallon Sherrock that are leading the way as far as Group A is concerned at the early stages of this Women's Week. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me to watch all of the action today. There's been a real big build-up to this week, and yesterday, particularly with the way Greaves played, it duly delivered.
Yeah, I don't think it's any shock anymore that you see BEAU averaging so highly, not just in one game, but maybe all 5. Sherrock and Greaves love playing here, and I think Greaves is starting to feel like she lives here, considering how long she's been here consecutively. But I think with Fallon, she will dearly crave to win this Group A situation, and if she's going to do that, she's going to have to get the better of BEAU in game 15 today, but has to do the work before that.
Well, it was Greaves who completed the card as far as day 1 was concerned. It actually started with a win against Fallon Sherrock 3-1 and then a 3-0 win in the end against BEAU Sullivan. But Fallon Sherrock bounced back from that defeat quite well. We expected them to be on a bit of a collision course, but outside of them, who else impressed you on day 1?
I think Kirsty from Finland. I think there's been a lot of chatter about what she's done over the last 12 months, coming back to the game and being a bit of a spoiler for some of the mainstays over the last 10 years. It's always nice to get some fresh blood, whether it's someone who has done something before or whether it's someone who we've never heard of before. And I think you talk about someone like BEAU Sullivan. We've talked personally off the air at how much we wanted to see her play here, whether it was in a regulation MODUS Super Series or indeed a Women's Week like this. And yesterday, I think just ingraining herself with the intricacies of this place, I think we might get more from Rianne today. But I think yesterday, Kirsty showed that she is not here just to make up the numbers.
Well, let's have a look then at the table as we head into day 2 of Women's Week. Greaves, Fallon Sherrock leading the way. 10 points for Greaves, 8 points for Sherrock, a 4-point gap between second and third respectively. Is there an expectation that them two may well just have their own little battle and the rest of it could be that race for Group B?
Yeah, I think that's fair. And at the start of Monday, that's what people thought would happen. And at the minute, you've got to say that Fallon and BEAU are on a slightly different planet to most of the other dart players. There are some people who aren't here this week. Someone like Mikuru Suzuki, for instance, could upset the apple cart if she was in this group, but she's not here. But as far as the table is concerned, after day 1, you've got to say that it's going to be those two duking it out over the next 30 matches or so in the next couple of days to see who wins the group, and someone is going to have a couple of days off.
Well, let's just have a chat about the odds because it makes for very interesting reading. Greaves is 2 points clear, but 1-12 to win the group with the odds compilers. Fallon Sherrock 7-1, and there's conceivability that both players win their first 4 matches. Fallon beats BEAU in the last, and it's a dead heat going into tomorrow.
That's a bit odd to me. I know that BEAU's had a really good week week 13 last week, making the Champions Night. But don't underestimate how intricate this situation is. It's not as if Greaves has got 10 points and everybody else has got 6. It's not a 4-point gap. If we have the same sort of pattern as yesterday, you're right. we could go to game 15 today and see those two going against each other. If it's Fallon who gets the 5 wins today and BEAU gets 4, those odds will not be the same tomorrow. I guarantee you that.
It's 18 plus, begambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into our first game of the morning session then, shall we? It sees BEAU Greaves in action against Rhiannon Sullivan, the twice World Championship finalist. The Welsh player looking to make it through to finals night and hoping to pick up that Women's Week crown. And earlier on this morning, I caught up with her. Rhiannon, great to have you here at the Women's Week here at the MODUS Super Series. What will be your overall assessment of day one?
I think awesome standard by everybody, but myself, I'm a tiny bit disappointed. I didn't feel I settled that well, but I think hopefully today now it'll be a different day, so start again.
Is that one of the advantages of playing the whole week, the fact that, okay, day one didn't go to plan, but you've got 4 more days as a maximum to put that right?
Yeah, no, it's a massive factor, isn't it? So you got time to settle in, which the other girls who are coming in on Thursday and Friday won't have. So hopefully it'll be an advantage, but I'm hoping to do better, much better today. So we'll see how it goes.
Let's talk a little bit about yourself, because it's been a good couple of years for yourself on the WDF circuit, on the Women's Series circuit. Things have been in a real good place by and large.
Yes, I've got to say, I think as ladies, we've got a bit more to play for, so we are practicing more, and the standard is getting better. And I find that I'm practicing more than what I ever have. So it's, I think the standard for everybody is getting better. So it's on the up, so it's good.
You've been involved in the women's game for a long time now. You played in world finals. You've seen everything there is to see in the game. How big an opportunity is a week like this for the women's sport?
Oh, I think it's wonderful. I think we're so grateful as ladies to have this opportunity, and I think we're all maybe trying a bit too hard as well, because we think we want to do well in it. But I think it's all going in the right direction. I think we're all on the same page, thinking, right, yeah, we want more of these opportunities, because I think we sort of deserve it now, because we are playing better. So,
well, we wish you all the very best this week, Rhiannon. Good luck.
Wonderful, thank you.
Really intriguing to hear from Rhiannon there, and her first assignment is BEAU Greaves on this Tuesday morning at the Live Lounge. In fact, this was the only game involving Rhiannon Sullivan that didn't go by way of 3 legs to 2. BEAU Greaves with a 3-0 win, a comprehensive win as well for the 2-time world champion. Her numbers yesterday were stratospheric. In this game, 107.36. It was over 120 and the midway point of the contest. As for Rhiannon Sullivan, 43 years of age, from Clonefley, WDF World Championship runner-up in 2010 and 2011. BEAU Greaves has climbed to that summit on 2 occasions. The 20-year-old from Doncaster, having already won a week here in the regulation phase and making it through to semi-finals of Champions Night just Saturday. She is hoping to add the Women's Week crown to, well, ever-glistening, ever-growing collection of titles that she bestows.
First leg, it's Rhiannon to throw first. Game on.
I think every game that BEAU and Fallon will take part in today, they will start as a comfortable favourite. But let us just look at some of the fixtures where they could slip up. I think it's easy to have Greaves as a heavy favourite here. But after that interview with Rhiannon, wasn't it interesting to see or to hear her talking about how it will be easier today because she's had that day to settle in, to figure out how she feels on this stage against all of the different players. But we don't have to wait too long for our first maximum from the winningest player of anybody here in PDC Women's Series darts. That's BEAU Greaves. And that is now her 7th 180 of the week.
91.
Well, in terms of yesterday, BEAU Greaves recorded the highest ever daily running average, running total of any player in the history of the Super Series. She could kickstart today with a big fish, but that's not going to happen on this particular occasion. O'Sullivan 111 to take the first leg. We should remind you that the format, in keeping with the double trouble special week that we saw in February, is best of 5 legs. So a quick start is key, and it could be a quick start here for Sullivan as she wires the tops for the 111.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. Greaves has got a maximum in this leg, and she has taken it in 13 darts, but do not, under any circumstances, object to the possibility of Rihanna Sullivan being a huge factor in who wins this group. It may not be her, but she could have a huge say in who does.
Well, do you remember the Lakeside back in December where BEAU Greaves went off tournament favourite at 1-5? They said the only player that conceivably could stop her in that run was Rihanna Sullivan. That was the respect that many people had upon Rihanna at that time.
And still do.
Of course.
85.
And we both covered that first Lakeside tournament back in 2022, and the numbers she was punching in, they're around the mid to late 80s,
60.
game after game. Made it through to the semi-finals that year.
She's an excellent dart player. She has been for the best part of a quarter century. It just so happens that some ladies have to take a bit of time out of the game to start a family, to maybe cultivate a career away from darts. But there are more opportunities now for ladies and young women to have this as a career. If you're someone like BEAU, like Fallon, like Katie. And that's all we really want for these ladies. We want them to have chances
100
to change their lives financially and to have the success that they dream about. That's what it's all about. Double 18 again for BEAU, and this is remarkable. Yet again, just like yesterday when she beat O'Sullivan with an average in excess of 107.
So let's Rihanna to throw first.
This is even better than that.
Well, we could be on course here for a sub 5-minute game. 3 minutes 11 for the first 2 legs.
60.
If you'll excuse me, Henry, I just have to check myself before I wreck myself, because this is the first time I've covered a game that's best of 5 here in Portsmouth. It is effectively 1 set format in World Championship darts, whether you are male or female. And Greaves at the minute is making the sport of darts look a lot simpler than it actually is. And I think the biggest compliment you can pay her, and it's the right compliment in this day and age as well, she's just an amazing dart player. That's
140.
And if she takes a 12 darter here, just watch out.
Well, her average has improved game on game. If she takes the 161, it'll happen again. It'd be a sub 5-minute game.
And yet O'Sullivan is still in it.
93.
She may need to take this 101. She's been competitive in every leg.
45.
But that still might see the end of it.
Because BEAU Greaves has come out the tracks flying. Come out, looking to make a statement.
52.
But she cannot find the double 16 for a 15 dart leg, and her average tumbles down to just a measly 106. But Rihanna Sullivan has played well in this game, averaging 86.25. The only real mistake that she's made so far was getting on the stage when BEAU Greaves is in beast mode.
Make no mistake, players who are in form like BEAU is, and it feels like she's been in form for a period of a decade, they understand just how dangerous Rihanna is.
100.
Yesterday, she had a best average on the stage of just over 80. This is already so much better than that. Having said that, she's only had 2 darts at a double. But I will throw it out there that Rihanna Sullivan will improve exponentially today.
Well, there's already a basis of that in this first performance, and is continuing to pose questions of BEAU Greaves. This hasn't come easy for the twice world champ.
100.
But she's making it look that way.
Oh, no.
100, by record 130.
That might signal the end because it's now 6 darts for Beau Greaves from 136. And O'Sullivan leaving the bogey number.
96.
That could be the difference between her squeezing her way through to a last leg shootout and defeat.
98.
Well, Beau Greaves started with a 13 dart leg. She's left tops after 12. And rounds off a comprehensive display. An average of 108.44 to get the better of Rhiannon Sullivan by 3 legs to 1. Rhiannon herself averaged just a shade under 91, but hardly got a look in the contest. Greaves up and running, and to some tune, a 3-1 win against Rhiannon Sullivan. Coming up after the break, Trina Gulliver up against Fallon Sherrock. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Beau Greaves get the day up and running with a 3-1 win against Rhiannon Sullivan, averaging 108.44, 3 from 4 on the checkouts, and continues this incredible trend of improving her average of every single passing game, where she does it from that basis. Then strap yourselves in when she's in action in game later on in the day's action. Right, next up for us, we're going to be watching Fallon Sherrock and Trina Gulliver go toe-to-toe on the stage. Gulliver, the 10-time champion of the world. Both players, MBEs. Gulliver, 54 years of age, from Southend, the Golden Girl, up against the Queen of the Palace. Two trailblazers in different ways. Trina was the original flag bearer for the sport, and in recent years has passed that baton over to Fallon, who has served this sport with great distinction. But Trina, still very much in the winner's circle, has won on the Women's Series in recent times. And I think playing the week is going to be so beneficial for the Golden Girl, because we've seen before with Gulliver in her 2-day stints at the Super Series that she improves in day 2, but sometimes the damage can be done on night 1 for her. I think the fact that she's got 2 bites this week at a Group A today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And it looks like she's going to be playing in either Group B or C on Thursday and Friday. I think that's going to be good for her
85.
in terms of finding that level, which she thinks is nearly there. I think playing more games, I think is actually going to be better for her.
I couldn't agree more. I think
125.
there have been many statements over the years about what can improve certain levels of the game. We've talked a lot about
57.
how the Junior Darts Corporation have brought the juniors onto a new standard because they're being subjected to different challenges now and being given different ways to play.
25.
But I think the argument for women's darts over the last 25 years has always been the same. More, more, more.
134.
More tournaments, more exposure, more money. I remember getting on my soapbox at Lakeside and essentially
60.
pointing a finger at the BDO and saying, have a word with yourselves and give them some more money. And if you haven't got it, find it because they deserve it. Because
90.
for years, they were playing for pennies. And it wasn't acceptable. This lady's won 10 championships of the world. Has she won enough money
135.
to
135.
celebrate that fact? I don't think she has. But there's one thing you can't take away from her.
63. Trinity required.
It's that trophy. And we'll get on to that. Great first start from the Golden Girl. As she goes for tops.
96.
Gives Fallon a chance to break in leg one.
72.
May just be a dart. It's going to be 2. A double 18. Now, of course, a double 14.
Game
It's
shot
found,
on the
and
first
Fallon
leg.
gets the break. She
Fallon
leads 1-0.
Sherrock.
Just going back to prize money
Second leg, it's
at the
Fallon
Women's
to
World
throw first.
Championship.
Game on.
Trina Gulliver won the first ever Women's World Championship back in 2001. She won £4,000 for that trophy. In matter of fact,
100.
the total prize pool for that tournament was £8,300. There's only 4 players that played in the tournament finals. Put that in comparison to the
97.
men's competition, the payout was £189,000. In matter of fact, the winner of the men's competition in 2001, John Walton, got £46,000. Now, I'm not a mathematician, but that's just under 4 times as much as the total prize pool for that entire
60.
tournament for the women's side of the game.
And what I'm saying is, because I know that in tennis, you go to the slams, the male players get the same as the female players. And that's a lot to do with
57.
what Serena Williams has done, and fair enough. But there are counter arguments that state that the prizes
41.
should be all about the amount of exposure that these people should get. And in some sports, like tennis,
44.
it is equal pay. What I do like is that promotions like the MODUS Super Series, like the PDC, and some others
59.
have
Fallon
improved it.
160.
It's nowhere near where it needs to be, but boy, is it better.
140.
And the standard so far has been reflective of why things have improved and why things still need to improve. Sherrock leaving double 10 for a 2-0 lead, leaving Gulliver really in the
52.
mist as far as
Fallon
this game is
required 20.
concerned. And it will leave her a little bit miffed, the Golden Girl.
That's a nice marker for Fallon on 10s. That one is just a little too close.
10.
She will come back for 5s to take that 2-0 lead. And you know what they say every single week. It's not a break unless you hold in the next leg.
44.
That's exactly
Fallon
what
required 10.
Milton Keynes' finest is looking for.
Game shot in
Now
the
she
second
takes that
leg.
2-0 lead.
Fallon Sherrock.
And it's not just points that she needs to find in every game going into her 5th game of the day with
Delegates
Greaves.
Trina to throw first.
She needs to make
Game
sure
on.
that she keeps up with the leg difference as well. Do you want to take the first trip into the time machine today, Henry?
Let's do it.
95.
Let's go back to 1997. And the British International Ladies Tournament that was actually held
60.
at Lakeside. So it was Scotland, Wales, and England. 4 players in each team.
85.
And you look at those teams and it does take you back. And there are going to be plenty of opportunities this week where different commentators like yourself, Henry, have got the chance
190.
to give someone a shout out from yesteryear and to say thank you for what you've done for the ladies' game in the last 30, 40, 50 years.
99.
Because that's what this is this week. It's a chance to congratulate every woman, not just the 12 that play. So back in 97 when Trina made her debut for England,
96.
albeit winning one and losing one, I'll get into that in a second, that England team of Sue Edwards, Mandy Solomons, and Trina with Pauline Dyer, that was
65.
Trina's first opportunity to play for her country. But she won one game against Leslie Roberts of Scotland. She also lost against Wales
83. Trini
from a certain Leanne
157.
Maddock. Because Leanne back then was essentially the Beau Greaves
44.
of the late
Valen
90s.
143.
Big chance for Sherrock to get the 3-0 win if Trina does not take the 1-1-3.
One thing we know from Trina's previous appearances here is sometimes she is restricted to
83.
opportunities like this,
Trini require 113.
but has on many occasions been able to capitalise on opportunities like this. It's going to have to, though, because Fallon's on 20 for tops for the match, and she's going to get a go.
59.
Still a 3-0 success.
Valen requires 60.
Not just a win, but a big win to just keep Beau Greaves honest. Tops for the match. Sis Y, that first start, you can see the flight standing up
40.
meant she didn't have a
Trini
lot to
require
really
54.
aim at, maybe just a little bit to the top right-hand corner, and it showed.
Now has 1 dart at tops instead of 2.
34.
And another chance for Fallon to get
Valen require
2
20.
breaks of throw in what could be only a 3-leg match.
Game,
In it goes, and over it is. And Fallon Sherrock kicks off the day with a big win. The perfect start against the Golden Girl, Trina Gulliver. She knows she has to win, and she knows she has to win big. Well, that is a first sign of that kind of intent. A 3-0 win then for Fallon Sherrock. A ruthless display to get the better of Trina Gulliver. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Katie Sheldon up against Kirsty Viinikainen. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of Trina Gulliver by 3-0, averaging 80.5 and 3 from 8 when it came to the doubling. And so the final game of the first round of fixtures for our day sees Katie Sheldon up against Kirsi Viinikainen, the Republic of Ireland, up against Finland to finalise our first round of the day. Sheldon, 20 years of age from Dublin, Women's World Match Play quarter-finalist back in 2022, up against Viinikainen, 51 years of age from Finland, 15-time WTF event winner.
Well dodged, Henry. Well dodged. We'll just get Kirsi to pronounce that one a little bit later on. It's got a couple of umlauts in it as well, which makes it even more difficult to pronounce. But Finland is a glorious, beautiful country. It has given us great dart players over the years, but I suppose with all due respect to the
First
lads
leg,
at the
it's
minute, it's
Katie to
Kirsi
throw
who's
first.
flying the flag for
Game
Finnish
on.
darts. Maybe for everyone. She's getting the headlines, and I like that.
She's not
41.
Finnish, she's 51.
Look at those flights. Old school. I used to buy those when I was a kid.
45.
Still very effective, those arrow-style flights. But don't expect Katie to take long chucking those darts at the
45.
board. Very fine Irish player. Represented a country, played for herself at many big tournaments over the last couple of years, and is in with a shout, a very good shout, of
100.
making a return to Blackpool this summer. She is on the bubble of the match play race at the minute.
83.
And if she can hang on to the top 8, she will go there again.
Is it fair to say that Katie really did explode onto the scene, but now really is plateauing and maturing into a player that we now expect to see at the higher echelons of
81.
events?
Yeah, I think we do. But I think what she's got to continue to do in Ireland is keep winning.
60.
Because she plays a lot of domestic stuff over there. But the standard, I think she needs to find that next level of play. You look at what Greaves is doing, you look at what Sherrock's doing, you look at what some other ladies are doing with their standard.
24.
Because we've already seen Sullivan average over 90 today. I think that's what needs to happen. Yesterday, it was just under 70, the average for the day.
60.
If she can raise that in an experience like this to closer to 80 or slightly beyond that, then I think she becomes a more potent threat on the world stage.
Yeah, Katie currently hanging on to the 8th and final
100.
qualification slot for the Women's World Match Play in July. The cut-off is at June the 17th, following that round of Women's Series events.
100.
For Kirsty to get there,
There's your
she's
record,
going to
151.
have to win, and win a lot. 17th for that particular order, amount, and 1,100 points off of Katie Sheldon in terms of qualification.
I don't see any reason why Kirsty can't do that.
41. Katie require 112.
He's going to go for the 60 here. She didn't have to,
60.
but does
Kirsty
persevere
require
without
110.
success on this occasion. And in the first leg, Kirsty is looking for her first ton plus checkout of the week. Not going to get it, but 4 of the 6 players yesterday did get a ton plus checkout. These are the 2 ladies that didn't.
40. Katie require 52.
Get the sense that this is a leg in which the player that wins it will just feel a little bit more settled and relaxed.
32. Kirsty requires 70.
Well, this is where you found out where you're a tops person or a double 16 person. And it will be tops for Kirsty. I hope I'm saying that right. It might be Kirsty.
Well, the way the darts go in the board,
50.
tops is going to be quite nice from a 60
Katie
combo
requires
because
20.
the first dart will sit low and it'll give her a nice little guide, nice little bumper.
Game shot on the first leg.
No bumpers
Katie
needed there
Sheldon.
in a bowling sense. That one was straight down the lane for a 1-0 lead for Katie.
Second leg, it's Kirsty to throw first. Game on.
There's been a lot made of Irish darts over the last few years because some of the academies over there have done such an incredible job. With the likes of Katie and Robin Byrne and the young lads like Keane Barry, Steve Lennon.
121.
But if you think that's where it stops, think again. There are other talents coming through. But the work,
60.
when it starts, it's important for those academies and the people growing the sport to make sure that they continually work harder. Look at what the JDC have done over the last 10 years. They started
100.
and they have never stopped in their pursuit of constantly feeding the system with talent. And that's what every single
125.
academy around the world has to recognize. When you get a talent that puts you on the map, it's not just about that one person or that one year. It's about continually doing it and feeding us that talent. And we're ever so thankful that those academies do that work predominantly on a voluntary
63.
basis.
$43.
Well, KT obviously representing the Republic of Ireland this week. We did also invite another player from the Republic of Ireland, Robin Bird, but unfortunately she was on holiday at the time, of course, that this tournament took place. So
100.
hopefully we'll see her at the Super Series very, very soon.
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Robin Byrne is a fabulous talent.
81.
I think sometimes
Courtesy
as well
required,
when
117.
you are trying to fly the flag for your country and in places like this, it's very important to have people that you know and trust. Well, this is tops for Casey. Almost
97.
that first ton plus checkout. Such an intricate and deliberate throw that she has. Whereas Katie Sheldon, I would
60.
describe her throw as,
Courtesy required,
oh,
20.
I need to hit that, wallop. She just chucks at it very organically. Whereas Casey's action's just a bit more graceful.
They're both hugging the wire. And that
Game
one
shot the
finds a
second
way
leg.
in. The first
Courtesy
two
Viinikainen.
were used as a perfect marker for the third. And level this game is at 1-1.
Thiller
You
gets
talk
Katie
about
to throw
darts
first.
in the Republic of Ireland,
Game
not
on.
just in the women's game has it grown at great strength, but the WDF Boys World Championship finalists, Adam D was from the Republic of Ireland as well. There's some real good players
100.
coming through that particular system, and be exciting to see where Irish darts is. We saw two players, of course, at last week's Champions Week from the Republic, Kieran Tian and
80.
Conor Heenahan, who went on to win the jackpot. Conor did make it through to Saturday night, but went out in the group stages.
26.
That was a great Saturday night, wasn't it? Congratulations to another Scandinavian in essentially taking Cam Crabtree's heart, putting it in his hand,
47.
and with his other hand, he's got Thor's hammer and smashes it with that 1-2-1 finish on the bull. That was an extraordinary
43.
end to an extraordinary series. And is that the precursor, I wonder, because we have been teasing it for the last year and a bit. Scandinavia are starting to punch like the darting nations they are and have been for a very long time. They've almost been dormant for a while, but they're
121.
back.
Am I allowed to brag?
Come on then, Billy.
All I'm going to say is, remember a few weeks ago you said, give me a
135.
nation to win Champions Week. And I said Sweden. That's all I'm saying. I know darts.
I hope so. You're sitting in a commentator's chair.
140.
great grouping there from Casey. As she takes the advantage here in leg number 3. Katie's
60.
struggling with her weight of dart
Courtesy
on the
Brooke
60
Moore,
here. It's just a bit up
130.
and down at the minute. Viinikainen's approach play on shots like this has been very, very good so far in this match. As she goes for tops again.
73.
Not missing these shots by much.
137.
It's just been fine margins so far, but she's going to get another 3 goes at tops for the break
59.
for 2-1 lead. It would then mean she'd have the
40.
darts in the next to see the game through.
Game shot.
Tops is found and Viinikainen breaks.
Courtesy Viinikainen.
2-1 to the good, and now has the throw to see the job through to dispatch of Katie Sheldon.
Game on.
It want to be the final match from the first round of fixtures on this second day of Group A. That's something that we don't see as often from young players now, but we used to see a lot in the past. Sheldon just
60.
giving her darts a little bit of a tap, almost trying just to wake herself up into action a little bit.
140.
If I was to walk up to anybody within this sport who follows it and has done for a while, and I'm going to include you in this, Henry, if I say Scandinavian
140.
ladies darts, those 3 words, is there anybody that jumps to mind
95.
immediately?
Vicky Pruitt.
That's a good shout. See, for me, it's Karina Ekberg.
$81.
Someone who was very much part of the world scene around 20 years ago with the likes of Trina and Frances Hunsela.
136.
If you're watching, Frances, we hope you're well. Fabulous lady. But these nations have been very well represented. The likes of Norway, Denmark,
45.
Finland.
Katie require 130.
in Europe Cups and World Cups over the years.
94.
If Casey wants to get a 3-1 victory, she has to approach well again and hope that Katie falters on the outer ring. Because in this match,
60.
she hasn't been that bad.
36.
1 out of 3 so far, and that will be good enough to get this leg. Double 3. Look on the bright side, Katie. You haven't left 9.
30.
Well, she made a real
Does he
kick in
require
this leg,
150?
but she may be kicking herself over those 3 missed darts at double if Viinikainen can find the 115 for the match. Trouble 19. Would have left the double, but Sheldon's going to be heading down to the trap door. And as she can't unlock
43.
it, she may well be triple locked.
6.
Splits
Game shot on the 4th leg.
and hits.
Katie
And we
Sheldon.
go all the way for the first time today.
We could call that shot the gymnast, couldn't we?
Fifth
Doing the
and
splits.
final leg, it's Katie to throw
And it
first.
just goes to show how confident
Game
Katie
on.
Sheldon can be, because after missing double 9 by a margin and hitting 12, she still backed herself in going for the 2 for double 2. And I think that shows courage of conviction and confidence.
43.
I really admire that in that spot, because if I'd have just hit 12 going for double 9, I would have gone straight for the double 3.
But it just shows there's no panic. And that even in scenarios where you're up against it and your back may
83.
well be a little bit against the wall with your opponent left on a finish to win the match. And she's still got that
45.
full of mind to trust that process and to stick with the plan.
There are quite a few women's series titles in the PDC
60.
from the last 4 years, having been won by the people who are here. There are 4 winners
40.
of a women's series title here this week in Group A. The only 2 not to have won a title so far are these 2. I emphasise so far because Katie has been close this year. Lost out in a final. That's one of the reasons why she's in with a crack of going back to
125.
Blackpool. Casey's been playing on that circuit for the last couple of years. Lots of tournaments.
100.
But the best she's done is make a semi-final on a couple of occasions. One time in Wigan. That was last year in Women's Series 21. And before that, in Hildesheim.
137.
And so Viinikainen's going to have time at
45.
this 96 to
Because you require 96.
complete the match, complete the job, and to complete a last leg win. In fact, in the first 3 match of the day, we've had all 3 scorelines we could have possibly had. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2.
47.
It's a missed single this time from Viinikainen. However, look on the bright side. You've got yourself 3 darts, and now at 49 you've got a choice.
40. Because you required 49.
However, Katie's done really well to leave herself on a 2-darter there. And it's going to be 32 for Kiersey. And a chance for Sheldon to get her second win of the week.
It's been a case of sticking in. Great recovery with dart 2, double 18.
70.
Just grazes the inside wire.
16.
And so Viinikainen is going to come back free in hand at double 8 to eventually get over the line. Double 4 can't continue to spur match-winning opportunities. Down for double 2. But this time it's found. And Viinikainen eventually gets over the line. Getting the better of Katie Sheldon by 3 legs to 2. So that completes the first round of fixtures. Viinikainen with a 3-2 win over Katie Sheldon. Coming up after the break, Fallon Sherrock up against BEAU Sullivan. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Welcome back to Women's Week before the break. Kirsty Viinikainen got the better of Katie Sheldon by 3 legs to 2. It's day 2 of 6 here at Women's Week. And this is how the tournament bracket breaks down. We're in the middle of Group A, which you can see on the left-hand side of your picture there, with Groups B and C taking place on Thursday and Friday respectively. Group C sees Dita Hedman and Laura Turv in action alongside Natalie Gill, with Group B seeing Vicky Pruen, who's been doing some great stuff on the ADC women's circuit in 2024, alongside the former world number 1 and the former world finalist Lorraine Winstanley, and Lorraine Hyde, a top player from Scotland as well. That's going to be on Thursday and Friday, but in the midst of the middle of Group A now, and we see Fallon Sherrock and BEAU Sullivan go toe-to-toe. This is a massive game for Sherrock. You get the sense that the rounds of fixtures where she goes into bat before BEAU Greaves could be imperative. Sherrock a couple of points behind BEAU at the top of the table. She's won 5 from 6, Fallon. BEAU 6 on 6. And so victory for Sherrock will at least put her level on points with the twice world champion. But Rhiannon Sullivan showed in her opening defeat to BEAU Greaves some real good signs. An average of 90.96. Only had a couple of opportunities at a double. She took one of them. She plays to that sort of level for the remainder of the day. Simply put, Rhiannon will pick up wins.
She will. It's just a question of whether she can get wins against Fallon or BEAU and cause chaos at the top of the table.
26.
That's how it looks at the minute anyway. Stranger things have happened on Tuesdays in Super Series action.
45.
Fallon's been around a lot longer than people think, you know. She's been playing this sport at a high level half her life.
Well, she made her debut at the
45.
BEAU World Championships back in 2014. She was seeded 6th for that particular competition, where she would go on to win her first game
96.
against Ana Oredes, qualifier, before then losing out to Anastasia Dobromislova in the quarterfinals. Then a year later, she'd make it through to the final of that particular competition as a 21-year-old back then. And she'd lose out in the final to Lisa Ashton by 3 sets to 1, that particular final. En route, she got the better of Anastasia Dobromislova, avenging that defeat from the
45.
year before, beating Eileen de Graaf in the quarterfinals, and then being qualifier Maria Mason in the first round. Lisa Ashton, in fact, that year was unseeded for that competition.
60.
And drew the number 1 seed, Dieter Hedman, in the first round. Now it's as defending world champion.
Yeah, that's not the first time that's happened to Dieter Hedman.
Fallon require 83.
Do you remember a certain Mikuru Suzuki a few years ago? She was unseeded and went on to win the tournament without losing a set.
43.
Remember being at the lakeside for that.
Yeah, that was a big deal when Suzuki won the title.
41. Fallon
A big deal.
40.
Double top. Now half of that for Fallon. Going over the top. And
Game
just
shot
around the
first
corner
leg.
into that
Fallon
1-0
shot.
lead for the lady in pink, who never seems to wear her away shirt anymore. She used to wear a little bit of light blue every now and again, but it's predominantly pink these days.
I get the feeling Fallon now is in that same position that Michael Van Gerwen or Dave Chisnell's in the fact that I feel like now she can't wear
61.
another colour. That pink has just become so synonymous with, in the same way that an MVG green or a Dave Chisnell yellow has become synonymous with their game.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But every now and again, you do have to change your shirt. Because if you
41.
play for your country or for a team, you may have to wear team colours. That's something that
100.
Rhiannon knows a lot about, having played for Wales many times. And Fallon has played for England a stack of times as well. Donning the red and white.
55.
Well, it's taken you to game 4, but you've opened the can of worms because you've mentioned the team environment, and
100.
I know there's been plenty of talk about different types of specials weeks, and there's an opportunity for you in the chat room now to get involved with us. What different types of specials week would you like to see here at the MODUS Super Series?
Well, that's Fallon's first maximum of the day to add to the 5 that she got yesterday.
140.
Rhiannon Sullivan so far still looking for her first of the week, as is Katie Sheldon and Trina Gulliver.
140.
This is really good from Fallon all of a sudden. She's starting to speed up, but Rhiannon's on her tail.
80.
That's so
Fallon
close.
require 85.
Now Fallon can swoop in. We're looking for the bullseye.
60. Rhiannon require
Not to be, and
20.
so Sullivan has the opportunity to level up. And it should be stated that every leg is vital for
Game
Sherrock
shot
in
the second
chasing
leg.
down BEAU
Rhiannon
Greaves.
Sullivan.
So even that concession, just a solitary leg, may well be hurtful to her.
Third
In the
leg, it's
respect
Fallon
of
to throw
Greaves
first.
beat O'Sullivan
Game
3-1. Sherrock's trying to outscore basically everything BEAU does in other games, and then try and get the better of her in the last match of the day. If it is to be this collision course we think it's going to be.
41.
But Rianne's already proved to be a dangerous spoiler already today. And it wouldn't surprise me if Kersey
60.
has a massive result in her at some point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised either. And with the way that women's darts is now,
60.
it's great to be able to invite 12 ladies to play here this week. I almost wish we could have 2 weeks. Just so we could have a few other faces too, because there are some people not here this week. We've already mentioned Robin Byrne. I want to pay tribute to Anastasia.
180.
She's won 3 world titles, for crying out loud. She's one of the best lady players ever.
41.
And at one time, she was the story of ladies' darts. Going to Alexandra Palace, being on the tour for a couple of years in the PDC. I do not want
60.
people to forget the impact she's had on this sport for the ladies. I can't say that any stronger than I just have.
85.
I'm only here
Require
on Tuesday this
160.
week, but I'm going to beat the drum all day long for all of the ladies that deserve the credit for what they've done for the sport.
Sherrock had 6 in the 160, so that miss with dart 2 isn't the
180.
biggest miss in the world, and she's going to recover well to leave herself on a single to double upon a return.
Now, you might wonder why
140.
Rianne's darts behave that way
Require
when they
42.
click against each other. I think it's something to do with the flight protectors she's got in. This is double 8 for Sherrock.
Game Sheldon the third.
And a very handy 2-1 lead with a
Fallen
very
Sherrock.
tidy 18 dart leg there.
Full flag, it's Rianne to throw first.
It's just been efficient,
Game
hasn't
on.
it, so far from Fallon? Hasn't had to be flashy, it's just been a case of getting the job done. And she's 2/3 of the way towards doing exactly that.
85.
We do have a Hall of Fame in darts, don't we, in the PDC? And lots of great people are in that Hall of Fame.
97.
One thing that we might need to add to that is a female Hall of Fame at some point.
Agreed.
85.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's begin doing it right here, right now. Let's think of some trailblazers. Look, Fallon's going to be one. We know Trina's going to be one. Lisa
97.
Makuru.
Francis.
Agreed. Mandy Solomons. Maureen Flowers.
100.
Linda Duffy.
Yes, Dr. Linda Duffy.
I do apologise. Doc. There are lots of
85.
examples that we could put in easily. But let us not forget as well, as we
140.
inch towards the end of this very vital 4th match of the day, there are many lady dart players who deserve credit for what they have done for the sport. However, I want to take this opportunity to say
140,
well
round
done
191.
and thank you to all of the ladies who don't play who have contributed as well. All of the people
51,
who have
Fallon require
organised
82.
tournaments, led teams. Their contribution can't be forgotten as Fallon looks to end this match on double top.
Tops of the match.
62.
Dips just below.
Rianne
And so
require
Sullivan
40.
to take us all the way to a decider. Look at it, tops.
Double 10.
20.
And again, she pushes
Fallon
the wire
require 20.
from the wrong side, resulting in a possibility of Fallon winning the match.
Ten.
Doesn't go, though.
Rianne require 20.
And so Rianne looking at double 10 to send us all the way. Up for double 5. Doesn't go.
No score. Fallon require 10.
So this is 2-5 for Fallon Sherrock to win the match. It doesn't go. And so Rianne's got another opportunity to send us all the way. If the double 2 doesn't
8.
go, and it doesn't.
Rianne require 20.
The next game isn't in the IK system, by the way.
Still double 10. And
Game
that is
shot
how
on the
you hit
fourth
it
leg.
with a marker. My
Rianne
word, what a
Sullivan.
great dart that was.
Okay, mate, no worries. Top.
Fifth and final leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
So Sherrock kicks off leg 5, the deciding leg.
And while we've got the time, I say Welsh ladies darts.
140.
Who's your first thought?
Julie Gore.
Good shout.
100.
Former world master. Lovely lady as well.
One of the best to have never won a world title.
Yeah, she used to be in the same county team as Johnny Clayton.
100.
And we'll come back to this later when
121.
Rihanna's playing against Gulliver. That's game 8. Mark your cards for that one. But there are many Welsh ladies who have done great things over the years. You said Julie.
83.
I'm going for Jan Robbins.
Great shout.
60.
And we're going to celebrate the ladies' game this week. That's what it's all about. I'll tell you a great Trina story come game 6.
94.
Remind me, Henry, because it is a good one. This has gone all the way, and my word, this is a big shot now.
84.
She can't lose ground on Greaves. And she might be forced to hit this bullseye just to get this win. Oh,
59.
now. What
Rihanna
next?
require 80.
She hopes that O'Sullivan misses. And she misses the big number. But recovers with dart 2. And it means double 11 for the match. It doesn't go.
58.
And Fallon Sherrock
required
has survived
25.
one there.
But she has to take her chance. And she can, but only just.
Fallon
That
Sherrock.
was very close indeed. In what looks like it could be a 2-horse race at the top. Fallon Sherrock does now equalise BEAU Greaves at the top of the table on 12 points. However, BEAU's got a game in hand. That's what you've just seen. It was super close. And Rihanna Sullivan is definitely proving that she could be a huge factor in who wins this Group A campaign. When we come back, it will be BEAU Greaves going up against Viinikainen.
Hang on a minute. Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already. Itching to hit the 180. He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy.
A couple more visits yet.
We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Fallon Sherrock got the better of Rihanna Sullivan 3-2. Had to dodge a match start by the Welsh player at double 11 to win that match, but Sherrock getting over the line eventually, keeping the pressure on Greaves at the top of the table, looking to make it 7 wins from 7 if she can get the better of the Finn, Kirsty Viinikainen, in what is our 5th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. BEAU has got better of every single passing match, and her best average to date was in game 1, 108.44 in dismantling Rihanna Sullivan by 3 legs to 1. If she continues to go up through the gears from there, we could well be entering 100-team territory.
First leg, it's BEAU to throw first. Game on.
Okay then, Bo, what are you going to do next? Because so far this week you've been rather remarkable. How many ton plus averages is that in a row now?
4.
100.
How many players can say they've done that here? I remember when Dom Taylor was here, who was playing this weekend in Rosmarland in the Netherlands and didn't do himself any disgrace
40.
at all, losing out to Gian van Veen on Saturday night. But he had a more one of the most ridiculous Group B campaigns that we can ever remember last year.
85.
And Bo Greaves at the minute is playing better than that.
Pound for pound, I think it's very hard to make an argument against the fact that BEAU Greaves has been
85.
the Super Series Player of the Year. If you're handing him out like at the end of a football season, you had an award ceremony, she would be very much in the conversation, the equation.
She'd be on the rostrum.
100.
Up there with Andreas Harrison, who, let's face it, it's the end of May now. He's had a rather remarkable year here in Portsmouth. If it gets any better, he's going to live here.
Nine.
Such a popular winner as well, Andreas, on Saturday evening. A popular character. Here's Dirty Harry's
60.
got this real charming way about him, softly spoken, but boy does he let his darts do the talking.
I would not be surprised to see him at Alexandra Palace at the end of the year through the Nordic and Baltic rankings. But
41.
whether you like it or not,
156.
a certain Jeffrey de Graaf, who has a tour card, is still playing Nordic and Baltic stuff, and he's top of the rankings at the minute.
I'm going to put this out there. If Andreas
90.
doesn't play at Ali Pali and qualifies for Lakeside, I think we have ourselves a favourite.
Yeah, time will tell. Bo, I am positive, will be favourite
41. BEAU record 166.
for the ladies' title. She's currently ranked as the number 1 in the WDF and has double 18 here to start things off.
Game Sheldon the first
Predictable
leg.
brilliance
BEAU Greaves.
from Greaves. Yeah, the rankings reflect Greaves at the top,
Kirsty to throw first.
Eileen de Graaf
Game on.
at number 2, and Rihanna Sullivan at number 3. And that ranking list highlights some of the players that we would desperately like to have here if we were to have another
100.
concurrent Women's Week. And then prospectively a Women's Champions Week. But there's only so many weeks in the year. I know you're a big fan of Nicole
76.
Regnell from New Zealand. And I'm a big fan of Veronika Ihas from Hungary. I think she's fabulous. There are players maybe just under the level of Sherrock and Suzuki and Greaves who are
40.
bearing the flag of their country and doing a fabulous job. And they need to be recognised.
But also need to be given that opportunity as well. And I think this, and particularly for a lot of the players that are playing in this Group A, the opportunity to play the 5 days. 5 days on a stage, 5 days in this environment. For a lot of players that haven't maybe experienced that before, the likes of Kirsty, it's only going to bring their game on.
100.
And I think a player like Veronika would benefit from this a great deal. I mean, when the World Masters takes place in Hungary in October, Is Veronica going to be a great favourite for that? But think about the fact you're going to have a lot of players from that Australasian region. They'll be heading over into Europe, into Hungary for that week. Think about the amount of players that we could possibly get over either side of that competition. And do you know what? I'd have Nicole right at the very top of that list of players to get over here.
45.
Maybe for a Group B, maybe for a Group C, right before they travel on to the World Masters in Hungary, possibly in October. The opportunities really are endless.
60.
And the numbers speak for itself as well on YouTube. Over 2,000 people watching now. The live video yesterday tallied up to a combined viewership of 32,000.
60.
20,000 more than sessions last week at Champions Week.
60.
Into 2-dart range for BEAU Greaves.
156.
Casey looking to approach well here. If not hit this 156, this will be a huge effort. But the shot's on. Just about misses out on that second 60.
95.
And Greaves could
85.
get very close to taking the lead at the top of the table again on points. She's still at the top on leg difference.
60.
But we'll have to dodge a 61 out from the fin if she wants to get the 3-0 victory to emphasise her position with that better leg difference. But that is the risk of going for 25. Double 4 for Casey.
53.
And another chance for Greaves.
25.
Had to dodge a bit of a bullet there, did BEAU.
Nine.
I cannot recover.
Require.
And so Viinikainen here has got an opportunity to level this game up at 1 apiece. And suddenly it's Fallon Sherrock in the practice room that will be sitting up to some attention, seeing what's happening out here.
Viinikainen.
Don't estimate just how massive it would be
BEAU to throw
for one
first.
of the other 4 ladies to beat either Sherrock or Greaves, to upset the apple cart an awful lot. It may happen more than once, twice or thrice, or even more. Throwing chaos into this Group A campaign, and also proving that darts is not played on paper, it's played on sisal, and from nearly 8 feet.
100.
Who was the first lady dart player that you ever met, Henry? Can you remember? Must have been about 4 or 5 years ago, considering how old you are.
60.
I think it was actually Fallon Sherrock in Portsmouth in 2016, an exhibition.
And that would have been after she'd made the world final.
The 2015 one, yeah.
85.
I met a lot of great lady dart players when I started playing county for Northumberland in 1999.
100.
The best player we had back then was a lady who a lot of these girls and people on the tour know. A lady by the name of Julie Thompson. Very similar throw to that of Casey Viinikainen. Very graceful. Short, stumpy darts. She'd always play in heels. And I always wondered just how difficult that would be.
95.
Because you see a lot of players these days in very comfortable footwear. But I used to play with 2 lovely ladies in those days who would always play in heels. Julie was one, and the other one was a lady called Ange McGarry.
90. BEAU, you require 106.
91 left with 2. And an outside chance for Viinikainen here to take the lead against Greaves.
Because you require 145.
There could be a big moment coming in this match.
88.
She caused problems for Greaves yesterday. It was only 3-2 in that 4th round match. Greaves needs tops.
40.
Now this chance is a
Kersey
lot more
required
makeable.
57.
And this would be a break that would see Kersey then have the darts for the match. This is a big passage in play. But that could be a big, big miss.
20.
And BEAU is back.
Both Sherrock and Greaves being troubled in round 2.
10.
And more misses.
Kersey required 20.
I mean, Viinikainen goes for what Greaves has just missed.
2 5s. For the break and a 2-1 lead. It doesn't go. Greaves is
10.
reprieved once more.
Splitsville again as we go to double 2.
Game shot in the
And that
third
is a
leg.
huge
BEAU
sigh of
Greaves.
relief for BEAU. As she takes a 2-1 lead in this one. Has the
Fourth leg is
chance
Kersey to throw first.
to get the lead and keep it. Been
Game
missed
on.
for Kersey.
I'm not a lip reader by any stretch of the imagination, but you could tell that BEAU Greaves isn't best pleased with her performance so far.
60.
Kersey did have match darts against BEAU yesterday. The only player to have match darts against Greaves on the first day's
100.
play. Proving difficult to beat.
She is difficult to beat. And on some days, BEAU is unbeatable. Like that day she had recently when she didn't even drop a leg en route to a Women's Series title. I mean, let's get real. That is outrageous. If that happened in a Players' Championship
100.
to a man, that would have made mainstream news. To go through that field without dropping a single leg is one of the achievements that we should all remember for the rest of our lives. It may never happen again.
60.
And on top of that, not does she do that, but then the week after comes here and wins every single game in qualifying for Champions Week. Didn't drop a match.
This is what I'm talking about.
140.
Pigeonholing people into best kind of player. Yes, we're going to do it now and again. But if we may keep things very simple, the best compliment you can pay BEAU Greaves is she's a remarkable dart player. That's it.
140. By record 161.
Shots on. Bullseye.
136.
Greaves may be back for that 25.
141.
In every likelihood, she will be. To finish this one off, to get to the top of the table on 14 points, 2 points ahead of Sherrock, and with a leg difference buffer of 4.
105. By required 25.
For the match. To continue the streak.
9.
Not to be this time, and so
Kersey
Kersey's
required
going to come back for
36.
2-2. She had missed opportunities in the last leg to go 2-1 up. Can she take us all the way? Yes, she
shot on
can.
the fourth leg.
Credit where
Kersey
credit's due.
Viinikainen.
Kersey is sticking in. And for the second time this week between this pair, we go the
Fifth and
distance.
final leg, it's BEAU to throw
And BEAU
first.
Greaves has
Game
already
on.
had 3 darts for the match. 1 at the bull and 2 at double 8.
When the pressure's on, we know that Greaves can deliver.
140.
But it's very important that she has the darts in this last leg. Kersey not known as a power scorer, but if she can keep pace, there is a chance that she could sneak this
125.
match against the darts because Greaves has not been good on the doubles in this one. She's only 2 from 14.
$58.
If one person gets 2 trebles, like BEAU did at the start, Kersey must respond. And when BEAU does not get one, she must
41.
Greaves will be thinking 6 to 9 here just to get the job done. That first dart was quite loose in the ball, which is why she was almost a little bit defensive with dart 2 and 3.
That is not the ideal guide for the 60 for Casey. Because as you can see from that one, with that hovering style and that vortex flight, she's much better at landing them on top of each other in direct contradiction to what Greaves likes to do. She plays a very forceful scoring game.
40.
And Greaves forcing the pressure when it matters the most. Kersey is doing her best to hang around with the 2-time world champion, but Greaves' quality looks as if it's going to prevail here.
84.
6 from 84 for win number 7 in succession.
It's nice to have that little cushion, isn't it? You're sitting on 84 this time and you think, I don't have to hit it. I'd like to, but as long as I get the job done, I'll walk off the stage down those few steps very happy with 14 points from 14 and putting the pressure back on Fallon Sherrock, who plays Casey in game 7.
Double 16. It's 7 heaven for Greaves. 7 wins from 7 matches. She continues to assert her authority upon this group. It wasn't a vintage display, but it's a win nonetheless for BEAU Greaves. 78.93 the average in the end, but she'll take the points nonetheless. Coming up after the break, Trina Gulliver and Katie Sheldon. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, BEAU Greaves got the better Kersey Viinikainen by 3-2 to make it 7 wins from 7 for the 2-time world champion. Her and Fallon Sherrock, the top 2 with 14 and 12 respectively. For Trina Gulliver and Katie Sheldon, the objective is going to be to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night here at the Live Lounge. And this fixture could be pivotal to see who stands the best chance. Kirsty Viinikainen's on 6 points in the group. Both Trina and Katie Sheldon on 2. Sullivan occupies 4th place on 4 as we enter the final game from the second round of fixtures. And on the basis of round 1, who would you look at and think maybe stands the best chance of winning this encounter?
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
That's a really good question because the standard between the two ladies was very similar.
95.
Trina didn't get a leg against Sherrock because she was very useful. Sheldon had 9 darts at a double against Casey and only found the 2. So it's very difficult to predict. If someone had averaged, say, 85 and the other one 65, I'd say go for the 85. But they're very close together at 71 and 69. But maybe the fact that Katie's been at the thick end of the legs already today would just have her as a marginal favourite potentially.
$59.
I wonder if Trina's still got some of those glorious dart shirts from yesteryear. She used to wear some glittery numbers, didn't she?
59.
These days, her dart shirt looks something a bit like that box you tick when you've got an Apple computer and you want to change the colour of the font.
85.
Which colour would you like? Choose from the 1,048 to choose from.
Paul Dixon has found Photoshop.
That is a glorious number, isn't it?
$28.
She's done some great things in the game. Has done an awful lot of travelling as well. And just imagine if things had been a bit different around the 2000 mark. She could have had her own YouTube channel called Gulliver's Travels.
It's so bad, it's good.
50.
It's an open goal.
141.
141's not an open goal. You've got a couple of keepers in the way. Or should I have said
60.
Then in a game of hurling,
78.
you're about 200 metres away from the goal. Whereas here, double 12, we'll see Trina in front.
54.
And now Katie's a little bit
81.
closer to the goal with the stick and the ball. Or should I say the hurl and the ball.
Katie Sheldon.
Have you ever been to one of those things, Henry, or ever watched it on telly? It's amazing sport.
I've seen
Second
it.
leg, it's
They
Katie
play
to
their
throw
finals
first.
at Croke Park,
Game
don't
on.
they?
Not for the faint-hearted.
No. What's the other one they have in Scotland? Shinty, isn't it?
Shinty, yeah.
That is a ruthless sport.
Yeah, no helmets. Just shirts, sticks,
97.
and a ball. And my word, there is a lot of contact. I, for one, am very, very
60.
grateful that darts is a non-contact sport.
Yeah, we do have a few occasions where things get a little bit
137.
ill-tempered, but it doesn't resort into anything of that nature, even though it's come close a few times.
100.
That's life. We are animals, after all. And when winning is involved, tempers can flare.
40.
If you're sticking around for that Trina Gulliver story, I will tell it in the next leg. It's all about the first time I met Trina, albeit briefly.
140.
Good darts from Sheldon, who I'm sure gets a lot of Big Bang Theory jokes, being called Katie Sheldon. Promise you I'll try and bite my tongue today.
Never watched it.
100.
Have a word with
Katie
yourself,
McCall,
Deacon.
116.
One treble, one single, one double. But can't find the the treble 20 for a shot at double 18, but can eventually.
You require 127.
Paul Hinks was here. He'd be winking right now.
Could be a smile on the face of Trina if she can pin, but no is the answer on that particular
59,
occasion. It's
80
not going to be
requires
127 and game for Gulliver. But Sheldon
Well,
cannot find the double 8 and
requires
subsequently the double 4
68.
herself. And so Gulliver to square this game up at one apiece. More tangible chance at the 68. One dart at tops. Doesn't go.
28. Katie require 4.
This one's the ballet double. The 2-2s.
No score. Trini require 40.
Chance gone for Katie.
Tots for Trina to square up at one apiece. Double 10.
Game shot
In
in
it
the second
goes.
leg. Trina
And Gulliver levels us up at one apiece. So then, what happened when Gulliver met Nicholson in 2000?
It's Trina to throw first. Game on.
I don't know the exact date, but if anybody's got access to the archives of Warwickshire County, please get in touch because I'd love to remember
140.
who Trina played in January of 2000. I made my county debut for
60.
Northumberland against Warwickshire. It might have been February. I do beg your pardon. I made my debut against Norfolk. Played terribly. Next month, played against Warwickshire against a fella called Carl
97.
Bettridge. But that weekend, I was surrounding myself with a lot of great dart players from our team.
100.
And I said, this Warwickshire team's pretty useful. Who are their best players? And my friends were saying, Kevin Dowling over there is very good. Colin Fowler over there is really good. Oh, that Andy Smith's rather good. And I started thinking, this men's team is
140.
rather strong, isn't it? And my friend, Andy Dillon, turned to me and said, yeah, but they're not the best
58.
player on their
Trini
team.
require 124.
She is. I looked at the corner of the room behind the stage and Trina was practicing. And I said, who's that? And Andy said, she's the best player in the world. I could not take my eyes off her practicing for the rest of the weekend. She was remarkable.
84.
And she was the biggest star in the place. And for the next 20-odd years, she'd continue to be that.
We've learnt two things in this
45.
leg. Trina
Trina
Gulliver's left
requires
tops
40.
after 12 and is continuing to turn it on. And B, you made your county debut before I was born.
$30.
Missed chance, though. 5 visits. And hasn't got it out yet.
41. Trini
This has been a better
10.
scoring leg from Trina. Double 2 for her this time.
8.
Well, Katie seems to have gone missing on the treble 20. Needs to put that right. Even if she loses leg 3, she's got to have something bright ahead of leg 4. And that's better.
100. Trini require 2.
So to the madhouse then. 1 up. 2 up.
Game
The third
shot
one's
the third
in.
leg.
And into a 2-1
Gulliver.
lead, Trina Gulliver is. And Katie Sheldon here throwing to stay in the contest.
Fourth leg, it's Katie to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you something else as well. They used to have this thing with county darts where all of the averages were
45.
recorded on pen and paper. And then those records would be sent to the BEAU headquarters and everything would be processed and then everybody would get their Darts World magazine
140.
and see who the best was of the month. Because back then, if you had the best average of the month in male darts and female darts,
100.
there was a prize of 200 quid. I remember my friend Matt Murphy getting that prize once with an average of in excess of 37.5 per dart.
81.
Well over 110 average for a game. That was Derbyshire back in, I think it was September of 2000. However, you might wonder where I'm going with
55.
this. Many people got the award of the best average of the month. I remember a time when I was reading my Darts World magazine and found out that Trina got it because she,
40.
out of every dart player in the country, male or female, had the biggest average. And that average was 104.85.
95.
And that made big news. She thoroughly deserved that £200 prize and a good couple of square inches in Darts World.
78.
Amazing, these sort of things they put in magazines before you're born.
Might want to put that drum down that
85.
you're beating there, Deacon.
13th of February 2000 apparently was the date of that. Angela Jones getting in touch in the chat room. Trina played Penny Cowan on that county.
59.
weekend.
Penny with,
Eighty
yeah, she used to play with a crutch.
121.
Yeah, Penny, lovely lady. Thank you for getting in touch. That is great information.
41.
Exactly 6 months
Trina,
before I
you
was
require
born.
103.
3 times he said that now in this game, and if you say it one more time, I'm going to send you to Trina. It's like sending you to the principal's office. 66. Katie Sheldon
52.
wants a chance to win this
80.
match. And if she wants that, you feel she must hit this. And she
Dave
does. That's a
Sheldon,
brilliant
four
checkout
flag.
from Katie.
Katie
We're
Sheldon.
going the distance like we did yesterday. The game
Fifth
that
and
we're getting
final leg, it's
today
Trina
is
to throw
slightly
first.
better
Game on.
average-wise than yesterday. Will it be the same result? It was the only win that Sheldon got all day.
40.
Well, each of the last 4 games now have gone all the way to a last leg decider.
41.
Tension rings around the air of the live lounge.
Now, this is the format of County Darts before they upped it to best of 7
80.
a few years back. It's quite rare for these players to play best of 5 now because a lot of the formats
55.
worldwide have expanded. Remember when PDC Darts was best of 3 sets? Best of 3 legs a set. Then they changed it to best of 11.
60.
There was a time when it was best of 9. But the ladies, they play a longer format than this when they play women's series.
100.
This is real cutthroat stuff.
Well, the only time really you play best of 5 is in a set. Don't really play it in a match. But I think for players in this group A,
97.
you almost treat today as a best of 5 set affair. You come out to it winning 3 sets to 2, then you've had a good day.
29.
Yeah, best of 5 sets with rather large commercial breaks in the middle. We'll be back after these messages, which will take an hour. Bit like watching American
26.
football sometimes.
Bit like the advert breaks for a couple of BEAU World Championships towards the end. Oh, I remember a final, it was like a 25-minute intermission between sets.
100.
This one, right in the balance. Still advantage Gulliver because she has the darts. This is where you've got to get down to, well, she wants to get down to 87, but...
40.
Well, not down to 87, but she wanted to score something in that region.
60. Trina, you require
Is it now advantage
158.
Sheldon, you wonder? It could be. She hasn't got a ton plus finish yet this week.
84.
This would be a
Katie,
brilliant
require
time to get one.
116.
But it's not to be for Katie, so Trina's going to come back for 74 to get the job done.
24. Trina, you
And
require
Sheldon hasn't really made
74.
much of an imprint either. Gulliver will expect a dart for the match. And that dart now... well, it should have been at the ball. It's not going to be at the ball.
19.
And so, well,
Katie,
not
require
even leaving it
92.
square upon a return either. Sheldon, 92, isn't going to go. And so Gulliver's going to have to spurn
52.
another dart to get the job done.
Yeah, I think
Trina,
Katie did the right
required
thing there, trying to go
55.
for 60 and double 6. Such a good guide. This time Trina does not miss the single.
Game,
And she
shut
does
down the
not miss
match.
the tops.
Trina
So it is
Gulliver.
1-1 between Gulliver and Sheldon over the first couple of days in Group A. And that will get Trina Gulliver onto 4 points alongside Rihanna Sullivan in the table. And that is the end of the second round of fixtures for today. Katie Sheldon will be at the bottom of the table when she comes back in Game 9 against Greaves. And that is a very hard task when she comes back to the hockey. As for the next one, it's going to be Casey Viinikainen trying to stop Fallon Sherrock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have completed 2 rounds worth of fixtures on this second day of Group A. Well, this is what we have seen, and we've seen some tight matches, each of the last 4 going to a deciding leg, but Fallon Sherrock and BEAU Greaves are keeping this collision course at the top of the table, and this is how the table looks. Greaves 7 from 7, 14 points to her name. Fallon Sherrock 12 points from a possible 14. Interesting. Have a look at their legs difference. 14 points plus 14 legs difference. Sherrock 12 points plus 12 legs difference. And the dominance as far as them two in the group are concerned, they're the only 2 players with a positive legs difference in this group. A 6-point gap from second to third. And we're going to see second and third in action now as Sherrock and Viinikainen go toe-to-toe on the hockey. And it is fair to say that Viinikainen has been the best of the rest, if that makes sense, in terms of the players outside the top 2.
Points don't lie, Henry. And she has been the best of the rest so far, but has got Rihanna Sullivan and Trina Gulliver on her tail. But this is a 2-horse race for the winner of Group A. One of Sherrock or Greaves won't win this group just over 25 to 26 hours from now. And someone's going to have to play an extra 2 days to get to Saturday. And it will be a really interesting Saturday night here.
First leg, it's Kersey to throw first. Game on.
And if you're not coming down, why not? Get yourself down here. Celebrate ladies' darts, and that's exactly what it's going to be on Saturday night, right? It's going to be a celebration of ladies' darts here on Saturday night. And if you can make it down, get yourself here. It'll be a fabulous occasion. Forget about the Champions League final. That's only Borussia Dortmund and Real Madrid. It's nothing.
78.
Get yourself down to Portsmouth and watch a bit of this.
Might have been a different type of final if Bayer Leverkusen played in it.
Yeah, we've had enough of them this season. They're finished.
Anyway, scan that QR code. And on top of that, it's not just this Saturday, but any Saturday
60.
throughout the course of Series 8 is also available on there. So if you do fancy a trip down to Portsmouth during the summer months, and why wouldn't you, on a beautiful South Coast city which is
96.
drenched in sunshine? You can join us every single Saturday in Series 8. The date for your diary, by the way, for Champions Night next time round is Saturday the 31st of August.
123.
It's going to be a very summery night. Could be a very hot night here in Portsmouth for the final of Series 8. But we'll get to
36.
that. Make no mistake, I'd be here on Saturday night if I could be. I'd love to be here.
Well, just scan that QR code. It's £2 admission.
118.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be in this country. I'm going to be up in Scotland, at the top of a hill. And someone has just found the top of the shop.
As you reckon, 122.
That puts pay to that shot. And now 91 for Sherrock to take the lead. Viinikainen does have the darts in this 7th match of the day.
Fallon, you require 91.
So Fallon needs a break in this best of 5 match. That's 18. So 73 left. 2 choices. That's the more popular one. But if Fallon felt like she was only going to get 1 shot there,
because you require 84.
She could have used treble 11 for tops.
May just be a poke at the ball for Viinikainen. In fact, it's going to be 2 at double 12 to take the opening rubber. And take it she will. She continues to pose questions of the big 2. Chapeau Greaves to a last leg decider. The only player to have matched darts against bow and arrow so far this week. And now takes the opening salvo against Sherrock.
2015 was a really big year for Sherrock, wasn't it? Also made her England debut that year. Played with some great ladies. Dieter Hedman was in that team. Lorraine Winstanley, you'll see both of them
81.
later in the week. Claire Brucken was in that team. And alongside Fallon as well was a young lady by the name of Zoe Jones.
121.
With one of the best nicknames in darts. Don't see a great deal of Zoe these days, which is a real shame. I was a big fan. The Pink Panther.
She used to walk on to the theme track to that particular programme as well. Mind you,
58.
at that time at Lakeside, there was all sorts of intriguing walk-on tracks.
Oh, of course there was. I think Fallon's had a few tracks in her career, but that Katy Perry one really has stuck now. If Casey was walking on at a World Championship, it might be something from Eurovision. Saw some weird Dutch numbers at the weekend in Rosmalen. And we don't go to Scandinavia enough, period. Got the Nordic Darts Masters next month in Copenhagen.
58.
As far as that's concerned in PDC darts, that's it. If we're not counting the Nordic and Baltic circuit. Although in the WDF, they do go there for things like the Swedish Open, the Norwegian Open, the Finnish Open, which has had a lot of great winners over the years. And there's more dart players going to Iceland now than ever before.
13. Alan Everett, 127.
It's cheaper than Tesco. 127 in game for Sherrock.
$95.
Very good. plots her way to an equalising leg here. As Viinikainen doesn't go 18s first with the first start. Was trying the aggressive route of leaving the finish.
81. Valentine required 32.
Well, it's been a fairly stress-free recovery leg this for
Game
Sherrock. She
second
squares
leg.
up at one
Fallon
apiece
Sherrock.
against Viinikainen. Case of one on leg,
Against
one off
Kersey
leg
to throw first.
for the Finns so
Game
far.
on.
But she knows in this game she just has to do the damage with throw. And that's what she's hoping she does here.
Now, I don't think this pace suits Sherrock at all. Yesterday, Sherrock did beat Kersey by 3 legs to 0
26.
with a decent display. But I think she'd rather play someone just a little bit quicker.
100.
Having said that, 2 of her most memorable wins in her career came at the hands of Mensur Sullivan.
40.
I'm sure there were plenty of people here last week congratulating Luke Littler on winning the Premier League. What a year he's had. And what an impact he's had on this sport. But over the years,
59.
there have been young ladies who have had somewhat similar impacts on this sport, but nowhere near the media interest.
70.
Fallon's done that at a very young age. BEAU has done that. There have been others. Leanne Maddock,
59.
over 20 years ago. And in fact, the Welsh team were littered with talent just a shade over 20 years ago. I'm going to mention 3 names now. I've already done one of them, Leanne Maddock.
83.
There were 2 young Welsh players around 25 years ago that were constantly in the headlines.
93.
Because people thought in darting circles that these 2 were going to be the ones to rival Trina Gulliver, Mandy Solomons. They were destined for great things. It didn't really work out that
81.
way for these 2, but I still think they deserve a mention. One of them is called Janine Goff. The other one
140.
is Rhiannon Thomas, whose brother actually won the Glamorgan Open this weekend, I believe. So congratulations to Kevin.
41.
Beat our good friend
Alan
Martin
Miracle,
Thomas in the
50.
final.
Yeah, we all like Martin around here. Sherrock would like a clean kill of this 50.
18.
Not to be, and so just gives
Does he
Viinikainen an
require
outside chance on this
160?
160.
Well, this is the Anne-Louise Peters shot, isn't it? Scandinavian hitting that. When Anne-Louise hit that shot, she went bananas on that lakeside stage. It was the biggest checkout in the history of the Women's World Championship
26.
until
Alan
a couple of
Miracle,
years
32.
ago, when it was bettered by Veronica Ihas, who took a 164.
Double 8.
Game
Found for
third
Sherrock
leg.
just to
Fallon Sherrock.
stave off Viinikainen to move 2-1 to the good. Now, we're talking about
Full flag, it's
what this
Fallon
could
to throw
do
first.
in terms of
Game on.
the image of the women's game and how it could inspire. Well, I've just had a tweet here from Joe Wheeler talking about the viewership of the Super Series
100.
Ladies Week. He has 8 girls playing at the Farringdon Darts Academy, and every single one of them is messaged in to say they are watching it during their half term and they are absolutely enjoying watching it. So to all of you watching from the Farringdon Darts Academy and wherever you're tuning in
76.
from, thank you very much for doing so. We appreciate it very much, and we wish you all the very best of your endeavours.
Yeah, thanks for getting in touch, Joe.
140.
I reckon by the end of the week, there's going to be loads of young girls saying, I want to get better, and imploring their parents, can I have a dart shirt made for me?
64.
And if that's the case, badger them. Get them to make one. It can be done. Put your individual stamp on it as well. And I use that word stamp
140.
because if you look at Kiersey's shirt, there's a bit of everything there. Paw prints. Well, look like cherry blossom flowers. A Finnish flag. It's a nice number.
41. Finally, record 120.
It's better than the plain sports polo shirts we see every now and then.
You just need a little bit of invention.
55.
Best dart shirt in the ladies' game. It's always Suzuki. Every time. The inventiveness, the creativity, the individuality, it's all there.
So Sherrock 66.
100.
The route for victory for her to seal a 3-1 success. One dart at tops.
46.
Comes and goes, but she's going to get another opportunity.
This has been pretty solid from Fallon. The average nearly 86.
60.
And that is better
Fallon,
than
you record
what we have
20.
seen from Kiersey Viinikainen this week. Just needs to get the job done to keep the heat on Greaves.
10.
And in the last leg, Viinikainen was left with a pop chance at the 160 to win. And like the last leg, she's not going to take it. And so Sherrock comes back for double 5 to seal a 3-1 success. It would move
41.
her on to
Fallon
14
required 10.
points. Will keep her ticking along with BEAU Greaves as far as the table's concerned. And just keeps putting the pressure on. Fallon Sherrock gets the better of Kiersey Viinikainen by 3 legs to 1. Viinikainen came at the tracks well, but then Sherrock's persistence paid dividends in the end. That's the tail of the tape from that particular match. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Sullivan in action up against trainer Gulliver.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through.
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Not very often at the MODUS Super Series are we able to say that this next meeting has graced the World Championship final on a couple of occasions, but it's exactly the case as Rhiannon Sullivan takes on Trina Gulliver. This pair, as I say, have played in a couple of World Finals in their time. Back in 2010 and 2011, Trina Gulliver running out a 2-0 victor on both of those occasions. But it is the Super Series stage in which she finds herself, or this pair find themselves on. And for this pair right now is all about getting on to 6 points and keeping tabs with Viinikainen, who, despite a good day one,
First leg, it's Rhiannon to throw
just
first.
beginning to
Game
drop
on.
off kilter a little bit at the beginning of day 2. Beat Kate Sheldon 3-2, but has lost to the big 2 in her previous 2. What about this one, Paul Nicholson?
100.
Yeah, fascinating race now for the top 3, which is going to involve 4 of the players. The other 2 are in the distance.
85.
But what we have to remember as well, this is only the second day that Rhiannon's played on this stage.
60.
Trina's been here stacks of times. Although this is her first Group A campaign.
100.
There might be a group of ladies that you'd prefer to play against. I mean, if you were in Rhiannon's shoes or
100.
Trina's shoes, you look at Group C and you think, well, Laura Turner's there, Dita Hedman's there, Natalie Gilbert's there. There are times when you look at fixtures and you think, I fancy that.
22.
And there are other times when you look and you think, ooh, that looks rather difficult. So with Group B, with Vicky Prem,
45.
Lorraine Hyde and Lorraine Winstanley, they will look at that and say, of the 2, which do I want? However, what you do want is the opportunity of making Saturday, and you do have a better chance of doing that via Group B.
3. Trini require 154.
So 6-1-5-4 for Gulliver for the first leg against the darts.
80. 125. Trini requires 74.
Opportunity of that break of throw that Henry's just mentioned. And it will be a double 16. First port of call.
Game
That is a
shot on the
wonderful
first
dart
leg.
from Trina to
Gulliver.
take the lead. The precursor at treble 14 wasn't bad either.
Second leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
I'm not sure if it's been mentioned over the years, but Rhiannon Sullivan had the chance to do something rather
54.
historic back when she was in that World Championship final with Trina.
100.
Go back to 1978. What did Mr. Rees do? He became the first
30.
Welsh world champion, didn't he? What have we seen since?
26.
Have we seen a Welsh lady win the World Championship? Seen Welsh ladies win the World Masters?
It's never been done.
Exactly.
99.
She could have been the Leighton Rees of the ladies' game. Had to wait until 2021 for a Welsh player to win
45.
the PDC World Championship. That's a long time to wait. But there have been Welsh world champions in between, like Sir Wayne Warren, Mark Webster, Richie Burnett.
100.
But who's going to be, because it will happen, who's going to be that first Welsh lady to lift that trophy? I do
41.
wonder if it's going to be Rhiannon at some point.
As I mentioned, she's had her close shaves of that particular title. 2 finals, as you mentioned, against Trina, a couple of semi-finals in the last couple of years.
100.
She keeps pushing and knocking on the door. You just get the sense that
87.
she's the type of player that on any
require
given day, if she
118.
can really click it together, she's got a real good chance of winning something big. But Gulliver 118 for a 2-0 lead. isn't going to be done on this occasion. 106 left. Treble 18 might be the call here, possibly.
44.
But again, strays into the treble 4.
Look at the bright side. She's left what she just hit via a 2 treble visit.
85. Trini requires 74.
Yeah, I know it's 2 treble 4s, but still, this game is about doing what you just done. Again, if it's successful. And this is a different route.
34.
Opportunity for Rianne to equalise with a ton plus checkout. She has got a 1-2-8 this week, which was rather remarkable yesterday.
57. Trini requires
Gulliver
40.
to double up her lead. Look at it tops. No
Game
mistake.
shot in the second
2-0
there.
to the Golden Girl.
Trina Gulliver.
Now, we've mentioned PDC major events involving female players,
It's
but
Rianne to throw first.
Trina Gulliver won the first ever PDC major for a female player back in 2004 when she won the Las Vegas Desert Classic, beat Stacey Bomberg 6-5 in the final.
I remember it. Remember it well. It was actually big news because around 2004, the political
42.
aspects of the sport were still rife. BEAU players and PDC players,
60.
and there was a gap in the middle. You were one or the other. And when Trina played in that tournament in Vegas, the precursor column inches were about the fact that she was a BEAU player playing in a PDC tournament.
140.
Consequently, Trina would not play in the PDC World Championship for women back in 2010. A lot of the players did not.
60.
But she did win that trophy, and it shouldn't be forgotten because that, I am sure,
60.
means a lot to her.
Yeah, won it in 2004 and then retained the title in 2005 when she got the better of Dieter Hedman by 6 legs to 1 in the final.
141.
That ended up being the only 2 runnings of the
40.
Women's Las Vegas Desert Classic. It would be discontinued from 2006 onwards.
However, Fallon Sherrock did win 2 titles in Vegas this year.
100. Rianne
2
require
ranking titles as well.
101.
And one of them was very highly regarded in their ranking system. There's the one. Unfortunately, Rianne cannot get the 60 after.
81.
Can only leave double
Trini
10,
require 100.
meaning this is a match-winning chance for Trina to put herself in a very good position.
60.
She now needs Rianne to miss.
require 20.
Double 10. And that
No
miss has
score.
happened for Rianne, and Gulliver
Trini
is going to come
require
back for
40.
tops for a 3-0 win. In which will put her on to 6 points. And will put her right in the mix now for Group B.
Trina Gulliver.
She gets the better of Brianna Sullivan by 3 legs to 0, just like she did in those 2 World Championship finals in 2010 and 2011 respectively. Gulliver with the win, straight back down the hockey, business-like from the Golden Girl. A 3-0 success for her. That's the middle match of the day completed. Completing round 3 is Katie Sheldon and BEAU Greaves. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Trina Gulliver get the better of Rihanna Sullivan by 3-0. And so we enter the final match from the third round of fixtures on this Tuesday morning of the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It sees Katie Sheldon and BEAU Greaves go toe-to-toe. It's the battle of the two players that are bookending the league table. BEAU Greaves has now gone down to second place in the table on legs difference from FALLBEAU, but level on points on 14, whilst for Katie, she's looking to pick up her second win this week here at the Live Lounge in Porto. It looks like it's going to be a campaign in Group C for the 20-year-old from Dublin. These two have a combined age on the hockey of 40. Just shows how this game is really progressing through some fine young talents.
First leg, it's Katie.
In matter of
throw
fact,
first. Game
if you
on.
add in the age of the two players and the referee combined, you get to 66.
26.
And that's still younger than Paul Lim,
Yep.
who won this weekend in Japan. Many congratulations to Limmy,
125.
who will once again go to the PDC World Cup with Harith Lim. Nice segue, actually, because I was saying earlier on, Henry, that if we were to have a second consecutive Women's Week, a sort of culmination week, let's say,
59.
we could be here with a lot of the ladies from that Japan Pro Tour playing here.
100.
So many of them are getting better as a result of the exploits of Mikuru Suzuki and Miyu
83.
Miyuchi and others, including, I'm not ashamed to say, my favourite lady player, Yukie Sakaguchi.
65.
Because she confirmed why everybody loves her the other day when they were playing a steel tip event, and in order to figure out who has the ball in the last
89.
dart,
Katie
Yukie and her opponent
170.
did rock, paper, scissors. And it looked like the coolest thing. And that would have been the coolest thing for Katie had
80.
she just
But
got
you
that
require
second treble.
145.
However, applying pressure to Greaves right from the get-go, and should get a dart of the bullseye from the 90. May have to take out the 90.
105. Katie require 90.
Same route, up top. Bullseye.
65. BEAU you require 40.
Ball's already dodged one dart at a double.
Game shot in the first
And won't
leg.
dodge another
BEAU
one in leg
Greaves.
one. Typical stuff from the undefeated Greaves.
Second leg, it's BEAU to throw first.
Even though this week, because it's a special week, a bit like the double trouble week we had back in February, they won't count to the
59.
MODUS Super Series records archives because the Super Series is separate. This is a separate specials week. But no player's ever won 15 out of 15 in a Group A.
81.
I knew you were going to mention that today. First person to have a perfect week. First female winner of a Saturday night.
140.
And at 11:45 on a Tuesday, Henry's gone early saying
100.
we might have a perfect Group A for the very first time.
Well, it's a conceivable possibility. She beats Fallon Sherrock at the end of the day, wins
100.
the games that precursor that. There is a big chance that that could happen. Big chance.
21.
That dart's starting to happen for Katie a little bit too often. That bouncer off her own barrel. It's got to stop. There's no stopping for Greaves, who this time with a 180 leaves double 11. Whereas yesterday morning, she left double 3.
99.
Curious choice.
require
And I think
22.
Richard Ashdown on social media was all for it. Because he is noted for his love of double 3.
No score.
But BEAU does not like double 11 the same way that Adrian Lewis likes double 11. Let's see if she likes it this time. and hits it just like Adrian did in the World Final in 2011.
On the second leg.
And she does
Greaves.
for a 2-0 lead.
16-16, average of 93.94 for BEAU Greaves. 2-0 to the good.
Game on.
And leaving Katie Sheldon with it all to do here.
If BEAU keeps doing this, by the end of Group A, she's going to be leaving the other 5 players
41.
grieving for their chances.
$97.
This is hard work that Greaves is going through right now. She's had 4 days of action here last week.
60.
And she's played a lot on this stage over the last few weeks. Getting to know Portsmouth very, very well.
134.
But when you speak to BEAU every single time that she's here at the Super Series, she just continues to say she absolutely loves
100.
it on that stage. She's enjoying the atmosphere, she's enjoying the environment. And I think for BEAU as well, I think because there's so much pressure's been put on her in other events, I think that she can just come
100.
here and almost relax a little bit. Of course, there's going to be pressure and expectation. You don't win 2 world titles, that not be the case. But I feel like she can just go up there and get on with her business. And I think that's what she enjoys about this so much.
Shots on. Shot out.
145.
Not a check out, but the closest we've been to the 170 this week. After Trina found the outer portion of the 25 yesterday. Now Greaves
25.
could get this match won in less than 6 minutes.
8-8 for win number 8.
Game,
And BEAU Greaves just keeps on winning. A 3-0 success against Katie Sheldon, done in 5 minutes and 39 seconds. A ruthless display, a 98 average, 3 from 7 on the doubles. A 3-0 win for BEAU Greaves. Coming up after the break, Sullivan against Viinikainen. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've reached the halfway point of our day here on this Tuesday at Women's Week. Myself and Paul Nicholson have been watching all of the action in the commentary box. This is what we've seen so far today, and it's been so far so good as far as Fallon Sherrock and BEAU Greaves is concerned. 3 wins from 3 from each of the pair, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-horse race between them two, and I don't think we know yet how that's going to pan out.
No, we don't, because they haven't played each other yet. And it's strategically placed, isn't it, that they will play each other in game number 5 of the day. There is a chance at this stage that they could be level going into Wednesday's play. And I suppose, considering what we thought was possible at the start of Monday, it's almost what we want. But if Greaves does have that 4-point cushion going into Wednesday, you've got to say that those odds that we saw earlier were very accurate.
Well, it is BEAU Greaves who is at the summit of the table. She's won each of the 8 matches that she's played so far. What's she done today in your mind that's just been so good?
She's played well in 2 of her games. In the other one, she grounded out, because in round 2, she was in a bit of bother. But predominantly the rest of the day, it's been the same as what we saw yesterday. Maybe not to the same degree in round number 3, but the start, my word, 108 average. For any player coming here in a game, we should salute them. And that's exactly what BEAU did in round 1.
That was her 4th consecutive ton-plus average in a row as well. Let's talk about Fallon Sherrock and Trina Gulliver. They got embroiled into a little bit of a battle in the middle of the day. So I just want to have a quick chat about Trina first, because she's had a much improved day compared to yesterday.
Yeah, a couple of wins for Trina. She'll be feeling chipper about this, and she'll be feeling good about her challenge for Group B. A situation that she knows a lot about, because she's played Group B darts a lot here at the Super Series. But Fallon, typical 72 from her. However, not the same ending, because she missed the double 18. But I think Fallon will be quite disappointed with some of the levels that she's shown so far. And if she's saving her best for last, strap yourselves in. It could be a brilliant 15th game.
It could well be. Well, let's have a look at the table then as we head towards the second half of the day's session. And as you can see, BEAU Greaves and Fallon Sherrock, well, they're streets away from the rest of the pack now. There's now an 8-point gap between second and third in the group. But I'll tell you what it has set up is a very intriguing race to see who's going to get that final Group B slot, because Kirsty, we thought, may have put herself in a good position, but Gulliver now on 6 points. Sullivan possibly could get herself back in the mix as well. And you can't discount Katie Sheldon from it either.
No, we can't. I know that Katie hasn't played her best darts today so far, and probably not her best this week. But if she can discover something, she's only 4 points behind. And if she's beating the players that are just above her and taking points away from them at the same time, things could get very tight over the next day and a bit.
Well, intriguing we look at our next match, because it sees Rianne and Kirsty in action now. This could be a vital game in terms of that race for third place. Kirsty there warming up in front of us. If she wins this, she knows that she is in full control of that battle for third place.
Yes, she is, with other players obviously having a game in hand. But the most important games now are the games against the likes of Rianne, Trina, Katie. So she can try and spoil the party for the top 2, but the most important games for her at the minute are the ones against the likes of Rianne, who has to rebound after losing her last match 3-0.
Well, you get the sense that for both players, their best chance of making it through to finals night is going to be through Group B. And you can join us on a finals night here at the Super Series. Take a look at this.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Well, you heard, Mace. Get your tickets to the darts. Come and join us on a Saturday night here at the MODUS Super Series. You may even get to meet the team off the telly. Anyway, game 10 of our session. sees Kirsty Viinikainen and Rhiannon Sullivan go toe-to-toe. Big game in the race for that third place and that final spot in Group B on Thursday and Friday night, respectively. And I'm just intrigued to see how you think this game's going to go, because for Kirsty, we were heaping her praises early on in proceedings, but I feel like this is an even game on paper.
It is on paper, but we don't play darts on paper.
To throw first. Game on.
I think the biggest thing here is for Rhiannon, who lost 3-0 to Gulliver and only got 3 darts at a double in that match. Can she rebound? Her remaining fixtures are against
100.
Viinikainen and Sheldon. Without a win today, if she can still walk away with 4 points, she will be in with a great shout of playing evening darts come Thursday and Friday.
100.
But if she continues to relinquish points to the people at the bottom 3 or bottom 4, then it looks like it could be Group C for her,
62.
alongside Gilbert, Hedman and Turner.
Yeah, reach that halfway stage of the group where jostling for position just becomes
60.
so key. And because both Fallon and BEAU have gone so stir-crazy at the top of the
60.
table, it means that nobody's out that Group B race. Not even Katie Sheldon this present moment in time, although she's going to have to pick up wins and pick up wins quickly. She kind of hopes for a Rhiannon win here, but then she's going to have to win definitely one of her last 2. She's got Fallon and Sherrock next,
100.
and then at the end of the day plays O'Sullivan. That quite simply put, it's a must-win game for her.
Terrific darts
180.
from Rhiannon Sullivan. And that is her first 180 of the week. Might just be the thing that unlocks
100.
a little bit more confidence.
And require 99.
I do like an ice cream down in her part of Wales. Well, she's not going to put a flake in it.
59. Because you require 141.
I wonder if they like flakes in their ice cream in Wales, because culturally, it might be something else that they like on it. We're getting into that chip debate, aren't we, again? They like curry sauce on chips in Wales.
I like curry sauce on my chips.
26. We only require 40.
Just come back from the Netherlands, Henry. They like mayonnaise on their chips.
And not like the mayonnaise we have over here, shall I say, as well.
Not at all.
They have a bit of zip in them.
And there's no ketchup on that shot. I wonder what they like on their fries in Finland. Double 19.
77.
Just for clarification, they don't like double 19 on their chips. But Rhiannon's looking for double 10. She's starting to suffer on the doubles, and my word, has she had some edgy shots today. And by that, I mean not nervy, but right on the edge of the wires.
Straight for the double 19. And that should be okay. She may be able just to bump that above. Too far up. And so Sullivan's going to return for more double 5. To take out what has been quite a edgy opening leg. I think both players know the significance that this game has. But that could be a significant double. 1-0 O'Sullivan.
Doesn't matter whether it's in the middle, bottom left corner, top right corner. It's in.
Game on.
There are tables everywhere in darts at the minute, aren't there? For averages on the women's series circuit. The order of merit
41
for the entire season, the order of merit for the Women's World Match Play. If you take that into consideration,
40.
The race for that is just as exciting as the race for the men's match play. Katie Sheldon is in the bubble position in number 8. Next is Anastasia. And I say this with hand on heart.
140.
If she makes Blackpool this year, that's the story. As for Rhiannon, she's in number 6 position. And you've got the likes of Norlin, Ashton, Suzuki, Sherrock and Greaves. And if that's to be the field, my word.
66.
That's strong. But it could change. You've got Natalie Gilbert in 9th. You've got Robin Byrne in 10th. Eileen de Graaf in 11th, the former finalist. It's a fascinating race.
I think it says a lot about the strength in depth now when you look at the players that look as if they're going to be missing out.
Yeah, well said. Maria O'Brien at 15th. Dieter Hedman at 16th. Casey herself is in 17th. And you look a little bit further down, there are names who have played here on this stage who still have a chance, but they're going to have to go great guns next month. And one of them is Kim Holden.
Yeah, I can tell you that we will be hosting more women's starts here at the Modus Live Lounge in 2024 because the finals of the ADC Women's Championship Tour will be heading back here after a stupendous event in 2023, which was won by Dieter Hedman, who presented the trophy to D2 on that occasion.
Double top for Casey. Is that awkward? Nah.
On the second leg, Kirsty Viinikainen.
That's no, by the way. That was not my impression of a buzzer on a game show.
Third leg, it's Rianne to throw first. Game on.
But if we are going to load ladies' darts at the minute, how about Gemma Hayter at the weekend? Seriously good stuff up in Middlesbrough. ADC darts up there. And there were some big names playing in that ADC stuff. And some big results. Not just for some big names, but some lesser known names as well.
Yeah, Event 5 was won by Gemma before Fallon Sherrock took the title in Event 6. Vicky Prumi's been superb on that tour this year. Won Event 7 and then Gemma Hayter again, winning Event 8 in Middlesbrough. Now, the top 8 players in that particular order of merit will play here at the Live Lounge in an event later on this year. Vicky Pruin leads the way, Fallon Sherrock in second, Angela Kirkwood, Dieter Hedman, Gemma Hayter, Eleanor Cairns, Lorraine Hyde and Samantha Curtin. They round off the top 8 players in that particular order of merit. They're midway through the season, so at the end of 16 events, the top 8 will be in.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but of those 8 players, 3 of them played in last year's event.
140.
Or was it 4?
Angela Kirkwood, Dieter Hedman, Eleanor Cairns and Samantha Curtin all played last year.
That could all change, of course.
Yeah, Dieter Hedman beat Samantha Curtin 4-0 in that particular final. Curtin then beat Cairns 4-3. Hedman beat Ashton 4-3. Then in the quarterfinals,
60.
Curtin beat Holden 4-2, and the Cairns beat Rebecca Browse 4-1. Dia Hedman beat Jodie Hancock 4-0, and Lisa Ashton beat Angela Kirkwood 4-0. Viinikainen tops with 2-1 leads. Leaving it after 12, piling the pressure on the Sullivan throw, and it's paid dividends. A 14 darter for the Finn to lead 2-1 to get the break and have the throw to fin the match.
Game on.
That was a great leg, wasn't it? 14 darter. One of the best of the week. What's to say? You have a really good women's week here. It might result in an invitation into a series event. In Series 8 or Series 9. The 2 remaining series in 2024. To be completed anyway. She's cooking now. This is great stuff from Casey. Average is climbing by the visit.
140.
I think it's fair to say this is the performance that we've been waiting for Kirsty to have all day.
2 very individual throws that they have, but look at that pirouette that dart has in the hand as it is drawn back. It goes from side hand with the drawback to being to a perfect thrusting position.
57.
Has the point slightly pointed to the ceiling, but that's just her way. Whereas Rianne here gets it in position and there is
60.
zero backlift. It's in position and push. And because she's not the tallest lady, she throws upwards. She almost reminds me of Jockey Wilson in that regard.
100.
Here you can see it. Into position and push up. That's exactly what Jockey used to do.
60.
Albeit with
104.
a bit of a triple axel afterwards.
Wouldn't be the type of player the modern day coach would say it's an action that would
56.
Oh, we wouldn't change Jockey for the world. Cult status. Concrete
45.
forever. Simple as that.
Required 48.
But the response from Rianne after losing 3-0 to Gulliver, it might be followed by a 3-1 loss to Kirsi Viinikainen.
It's double 16. Now double 8 for the match.
No score.
Doesn't go. But didn't have to go because O'Sullivan back on 185.
The worst thing about that is that she has to
45.
burn a dot to get to a double again.
Required 48.
Could be one of those legs where you hit double 16 twice to win it. Doesn't happen very often.
Hoping to see the flashing winning lights. But this time cannot find the double 16.
Round require
I thought that was going.
40.
I honestly did because I thought that she was going to sandwich that dart in between the other two. I'm not really sure a dart sandwich is what people are going to have for lunch.
41.
Be a bit crunchy.
30 requires 16.
Well, this would be a win that would pack a punch because it would put her on to 8 points. It would put herself clear of Gulliver, put herself 4 clear of O'Sullivan, and put her in pole position for a place in Group B on Thursday and Friday evening. Double 4.
12.
Doesn't go, and O'Sullivan
Round
hasn't quite put the
99.
pressure on that she would have liked.
Another 99 effort here. It's 78 left with 2. Double 12.
75.
And Kirsi now is guaranteed to have her 8th match dart right now.
Double 2 for 3-1 win. Is that helpful? Can she find a way? No!
2.
And O'Sullivan's
Round
back.
required 24.
She probably don't know how she's got this position, but she's in it. But can she win this leg?
18.
The doubles have let her down. And Kirsi, who has now missed 10 match darts, finds herself in the madhouse. But the only person who's mad right now is Rianne.
Game
Because she knows she should have taken that game to a deciding leg, but Kirsi Viinikainen's going to cross the line, a 3-1 winner. Getting the better of Rianne O'Sullivan. Coming up after the break, we're going to watch Fallon Sherrock and Katie Sheldon in action.
Welcome back to Portsmouth here at the Live Lounge. And that lady right there has got work to do. Her penultimate game of the day against Katie Sheldon must yield a victory to keep the pressure on BEAU Greaves, who takes on the 10-time world champion Trina Gulliver next. It is a 2-horse race at the top. But if Fallon stumbles and Greaves stays unbeaten, there will be a gap that maybe Sherrock cannot bridge. So keeping the pressure on is paramount here. And it's not just that, it's leg difference as well. There's a gap of 4 legs currently. So wins need to be found. But at one point, she's going to have to win by a margin.
First leg, it's
she almost has the
throw
getaway
first.
ability
Game
today
on.
in the fact that just get the wins on the board and put yourself in the mix. And then maybe tomorrow is the day where you then have to look at score lines. Just make sure you're in it by the end of the day today. Don't afford any slip-ups.
44.
Try and beat Katie, and if you can beat her 3-0, even better. And that's no disrespect to Sheldon at all, but to compete with BEAU Greaves, you're going to have to win games and win games big.
I think that gap of 4 is very appropriate currently, because in
42.
playing Greaves in the final round and the final game of the day, I might add, if 4 legs is the gap
81.
and she does beat BEAU, then we are guaranteed a very tight race indeed. Because if she was to beat Greaves by 3 legs to 1, they'd be level on points. Potentially, because we don't know what's going to happen with this game and the next. And they'd be level on leg difference as well.
140.
Providing plenty of narrative ahead of day 3.
And we've seen some very close groups. Now, with a group play, because there's 3 matches, then the last demographic can go down to is the overall head-to-head record. But we were involved in a
60.
Group C a couple of weeks ago where it went all the way down to end averages of the group.
Yeah, don't tell Ryan Finesse about that. He's probably still stewing on it.
Can you hardly blame him?
139.
Not really. Chris Hurds made the semi-finals that week. And he was the person who got
92.
through on
Fallon
averages.
requires 76.
It's Fallon getting through leg 1 with a victory. She's going to go for tops. And do a very good job as well. And for someone who prefers double 18 to most other doubles, she still kept away from that favoured double, because going 16 tops there was the correct play. With that flight in the road of the single 20, she eliminates
60.
any possible bust shot or any further complications.
$26.
If you're new to us here at the Super Series and watching this specials week,
80.
group player come to a culmination tomorrow, so the top player at the end of tomorrow will be through to Saturday night automatically. Players in Ps 2 and 3 will play in Group B on Thursday
60.
and Friday evening, where they'll be joined alongside Vicky Prum and the two Lorraines, Hayden Winstanley, whilst the bottom 3, players 4, 5 and 6 in the
45.
group, will be in Group C, where they're joined alongside Natalie Gilbert, Dieter Hedman and Laura Turner. Laura Turner looking to
125.
become the second commentator to win a week here.
41.
Hoping to go one better than you, I suppose, and make it through to a finals like Paul.
Would you like to remove that knife from my ribs, please?
44.
You might have just given me the motivation to keep you quiet, Deacon. Because if I go on to win a week this year,
95.
you're going to be the first person to tell.
Yeah, I'll quit.
Well, Sheldon's done well
94.
to get herself on 180 after 15 here. However, the 140 is exactly what she wants.
80.
And there it is again,
Fallon,
that
you require
bouncing dart off the
152.
flight in the barrel. Giving Sherrock a free one at 152. And what could have been 80 or a little bit better
92. Katie requires
is now
100.
still a ton. And she needs 2 doubles. or indeed a treble and a double.
60. Fallon requires 60.
For the break, for 2-0, and then to have the dart to see the game through. Tops for Sherrock. Double 10. He's
Gage
fouled.
on the second leg.
And Sherrock is in absolutely no mood to mess around. She leads 2-0, a leg away from the match.
If you are subscribed on our YouTube channel watching this, we thank you for your company over the last couple of years. If you're new to us, welcome. And don't forget that we do have additional content on other platforms like X, Instagram, TikTok, including rapid fire questions with some of these ladies. I know that BEAU and Fallon have done that, giving some really interesting answers.
60.
Did you know that Greaves would, more than anybody, like to have a drink with Stevie Nicks?
45.
What an answer that is. I think that just goes to show what kind of music she listens to, which I thoroughly approve of.
Can't wait to hear that interview. Apparently, it was on the edge of 17 minutes.
60.
Well, you can go your own way, but I'm not going to tell you which way it is. Would you like to hear a Fallon Sherrock story before she has the chance of winning 3-0? When we went to the World Soft Tip Cup in 2017, we were in the same team together, waiting behind the curtain with the flag, waiting to be introduced onto the stage. I was invited onto the stage, as was the captain, Adrian Gray.
140.
But then there was a little pause before they introduced Fallon. She was introduced onto the stage as Fall on Sherrock. Sounds like her superhero alias. And sorry, Fallon,
50.
but I am never, ever going to forget that. And I will bring it up at least once a year. Forever.
140.
Sherrock leads tops for the match and a 3-0 win. And she continues to pile the pressure on BEAU Greaves at the top of the table. Fallon Sherrock with a 3-0 win against Katie Sheldon in next to no time at all. 6.5 minutes, she gets the job done in. Trina Gulliver and BEAU Greaves is our game. We're going to see after this short break.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
Team for the ball. Ball.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Five-Face dominated throughout.
The gauntlet is now laid down to Greaves, as she now takes on the 10-time champ of the world, Trina Gulliver, because she has company again in her vicinity in the table. And with that 3-0 victory, Fallon Sherrock is not only equalising Greaves on 16 points, but she's only one leg behind. So now it's up to Gulliver to give us a very interesting last match of the day. If she can beat Greaves, it will be 16 points all and potentially the same leg difference as well. But Gulliver's got her own travels to find over the next day and a half, because on 6 points in the table, if she can find a win against Greaves, she would equalise Kirsty Viinikainen on 8 points.
First leg, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
This is the epitome of generation versus generation. And in not many sports do you see fixtures like this.
76.
You might see Sampras versus Federer, Nicholas versus Woods, possibly at the end of the 90s.
100.
But these can still play at a very, very good level against each other. That's what makes darts so fair.
12 world titles between these two. To put that
85
into perspective, that's 12 of the 23
60.
Women's World Championships that's ever been played have been contested, and one between them two.
Yeah, it's pretty good, isn't it? It would have been
85.
great had we had this Women's Week to have all of the world champions take part. But it's just not possible to get them all in the same week.
87.
And I'm not even sure how much in the way of darts Frances Hunsela plays anymore.
I hope Francis as well. And actually, whilst we're talking about world
59.
champions, we mentioned it a little bit earlier on, but I thought with Stacey Bomberg, the one and only PDC Women's World Champion, great player from the United States. Unfortunately, no longer with us, but she was a great pioneer of this sport, and this the appropriate match to thank her for her contributions to this sport, and wish her family, friends very well as well.
100.
Yeah, also in that final was Trisha Wright, someone that Trina knows very well and has battled with for the last 3 decades.
40. Bowie required.
Who still has one of the best walk-on songs in world darts, by the way. From New Kids on the Block.
Game shot on the
But the
first
new kid on the
leg.
block, Beau Greaves,
Greaves.
is cooking already with a break of throat.
Second leg, it's Beau to throw first. Game on.
It just goes to show if you're not ready, you can step off and start again and start with a treble 20. And another.
140.
But not another for now. 140 starts still very strong.
There's only been 6 Women's World Champions in 22
59.
editions, I beg your pardon. Beau Greaves in the previous 2, Mikura Suzuki winning the 2 before that, Lisa Ashton winning the 2 before that, Trina Gulliver winning a 10th world title in 2016,
100.
Anastasia Dobomislova picking up the title 3 times. And Frances Hunsela is the only sole Women's World Champion there ever is, winning that trophy back in 2009 at the Lakeside. Finally getting the better of Trina Gulliver by 2-1 in that particular final.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? Having that many world championships and there's only one lady who's got 1. It just goes to show that there are dynasties out there. like Anastasia, like Ashton, like Gulliver, like Greaves and Suzuki.
140.
Don't need to be a darting genius to understand that Hedman not winning it is perplexing, considering how many titles she's won globally.
Well, it's a mystery. We have over 230 titles worldwide, but yet the biggest one just seemingly continues to elude her. And I think she had a fantastic chance a couple of years ago.
43.
In 2022, she came as #1 seed, was in good form. Just didn't quite work out. Well, this is working out quite nicely for BEAU Greaves. Double 10 for 14 darter, a 2-0 lead. The average 96-97. She is in command.
She's in the mood as well.
Because
in her last performance, she won 3-0 against Sheldon, averaging 98. And after a bit of a stutter against Viinikainen in Game 5, where she
45.
did win but averaged just under 79, the rest of it has been outrageous. I'm not going to be here on Thursday when Lorraine Winstanley's here, so let me remind everybody who's tuning in on YouTube, and there are quite a few of you, so thanks for tuning in. We very much appreciate your company today. That Lorraine Winstanley is the only person in the history of World Championship Finals
43.
to have ever had 100% at doubles. Because she only got 2 shots against Suzuki, and she hit them both. So if you want to impress somebody down the local when you're playing darts later, ask this question. Who was the only dart player in the history of the sport to have been to a world final and had 100% on doubles in the final? And they say, it's Lorraine.
58.
And Mikuru Suzuki nearly took that first ever televised 9-dart attack off of Fallinger because she threatened the 9. She was on the 9 in that particular world final.
95.
It was the highest women's world championship final average, Mikuru Suzuki in 19.
At the time.
Yes, BEAU Greaves. Shock horror has gone on to break that since.
Yeah, Suzuki took it off Gulliver,
140.
and Greaves took it off Suzuki.
And Greaves may well be taking this game off of Gulliver. 160 for the match and a 3-0 win.
60.
And she's going to get 6 from here to get over the line. Not to be on this occasion. It'll be all about setting up another average in excess of 90 for the 2-time world champ.
28.
But that was not the setup that she had desired. It just opens up the door for Trina somewhat. Very much opens the door, but that slip with the last dart has kind of undone the good work. With dart 2. Champagne finish. Bullseye. Beautifully done by BEAU. And she gets the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 0. And it means that she continues her perfect streak. It's 9 perfect games for BEAU Greaves. And she gets the better of Trina Gulliver by 3 legs to 0. An 82.02 average, 3 for 4 on the doubles. At 132, the first ton plus checkout of the day. We're going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to kickstart the final round of fixtures with Katie Sheldon up against Rihanna Sullivan.
How have I gone from being top of the tree to not being able to let go of my darts? And I honestly think I'd just get destroyed on that tour. I think it would kill me confidence-wise.
You get in the top 2 of the development tour, you get offered a tour card.
Yeah.
Do you take it?
BEAU Greaves having a sit down with herself and Matthew Edgar a few weeks ago, talking about her trials, her tribulations and her hopes for the future. That on top of plenty of other bonus content available now if you subscribe to the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But right here, right now, we're in the midst of the live action. We're 4 rounds from 5 down on this second day of Women's Week. And this is what has happened thus far. We've seen BEAU Greaves and FALLBEAU really take command of proceedings. BEAU Greaves has won 9 games from 9 so far. 18 points to her name. Sherrock in second position, 16 points to her name. Viinikainen is the best of the rest in third place on 8 points respectively. As far as Sullivan and Katie Sheldon are concerned, they're the bottom 2 in the table, but they go toe-to-toe in our 13th game of the morning session here. A win for Sullivan would put her within a couple of points of Kersey ahead of her match against Trina Gulliver. There could be a potential scenario where players in 3 and 4 would be on 8 points. The player in 5th would be on 6th. But Katie Sheldon, you sense, has to win this game.
Couldn't agree more. But I think her mindset coming into this game is very similar to that of Rianne. They just want to win for the day. Because neither lady has succeeded in a match today at all. And you do not want to be that person who for the first time this week walks away from a daily campaign without any wins at all. Because Sheldon got 2 points yesterday. Rianne got points as well. But whoever loses this one is going to have the first pointless day of the week.
I just get the sense Rianne will be really disappointed by the way things have gone. We had big expectations, big hopes for Rianne going into this week. It's just not quite happened for her so far, has it?
No, it hasn't. But she spoke with you this morning saying that the benefit of having Group A is that you have that time to grind and figure out the things that you need for later in the week. Whereas the people coming in on Thursday, they don't have that.
45.
One thing I've always found about Rianne is she's a very astute player. She gets what's going on. She gets what's happening in and around things. And I think that's a key attribute, that mental strength that she has.
60.
You've just somewhat inadvertently brought up a
45.
Point there. Because we do have a lot of the same sort of characters within the ladies' game.
60.
Very professional. Not really that outspoken
60.
On social media.
Require 152.
But it brings up an interesting debate, doesn't it?
82.
Who's the biggest character in the ladies' game? We've got plenty of them in the men's game. And especially on the development tour. Plenty of characters there.
100.
Who's the biggest
70.
character in the ladies' game? Be interesting to hear from everybody on YouTube about that one. As Katie goes for the bull.
23.
Speaking of the bull,
125.
There's half of one.
35.
This could be Katie Sheldon getting the lead, which is something we haven't said much over the last couple of days. You've got to hit your singles.
15. Rianne require 90.
Doesn't go, and so Rianne returns for 90. Goes 18s first.
50. Katie require 30.
She plays the game in a very old school way. If that was Katie, she would have gone 20s. Double 12.
20.
I think you're starting to see
Rianne require 40.
A flat spell from Katie, because when you're constantly losing, your confidence will be sapped. Double 15.
10.
Another chance for Sheldon.
Katie require 12.
Come on, Katie. Is this your spot?
No score.
It is not.
Rianne require 30.
Well, this leg has kind of been academic to what's been a trying day for the pair. In fact, Viinikainen got off to a real good start. Lost to BEAU, average just under 91, and it just felt like that loss just derailed and sucked out all confidence that she had for the rest of the day.
Double three.
9. Round you require 30.
I don't think that visit could have gone any worse. And the situation did get worse.
Sullivan.
She didn't get a look at the 3 that she left.
Second leg, it's Rianne to throw first.
So you've never seen The Big Bang Theory, Henry?
I have never, ever seen The Big Bang Theory, and nor do I have any intention of watching it either.
All right. You got any aloe vera for that burn?
60.
There's a character in that show called Sheldon, played by Jim Parsons. A fabulous series, which was conceived by the great Jim Burrows, who did Frasier, Cheers, Friends. And Sheldon is a bit of a character, isn't he? He has his own spot on the couch. He likes to knock 3 times and say the name after every knock. He likes certain foods on certain nights. And by the end of the last series, I'm not going to spoil it for you because you're probably not going to watch it. He wins a Nobel Prize at the end. For physics, I believe.
Sounds like a cool dude.
He's pretty cool.
30. But
when we were talking about ladies' darts in the previous match, it reminded me of one of my favourite moments. And
60.
I think a lot of my Irish friends would say the same. One of their favourite moments in Irish cinema. When a guy turns up at the back gate in The Commitments on a bike, saying that he wants to play the trumpet in the band. And the father says, "Who was that?" And Jimmy says, "God sent him. God sent him. On a Suzuki." That's a 2-0 lead for Rianne Sullivan. That's more like it. And a ton plus finish, because I'm going to count that with it being 100. She welcomes that with open arms.
To throw first. Game on.
Just hope that Katie has the right support base alongside her this evening, because it's been a trying couple of days. And as good an environment this is, look, you could play darts at the Burj El Arab, but if you're not winning matches, it feels like the worst place on earth. And sometimes it can be so hard when you're playing so many games and the outcome is still the same.
100.
Couldn't agree with you more. I've been in some very, very nice hotels, but after a loss, you go back there. It's a lonely place, which is why if you have friends with you, use them. If you don't, maybe reach out to one of these other ladies and just spill the beans a bit and talk things through.
44.
In what's been a particularly heartbreaking time in world sport over the last few days with the sudden passing of Grayson Murray, we heighten the importance of speaking to people. And if you're not okay, that's okay. Just make sure that
60.
people are there for those people. But also, there needs to be mechanisms where, and I know particularly being a male, that sometimes could be an issue for that side of society where they don't feel like there's that area to speak up and open up, and it needs to be there. It needs to be accessible for all people in society.
All people, absolutely right.
55. Katie Record, 97.
If Katie wants a bit of a break from Super Series action come Tuesday or Wednesday night, no matter what happens, well, that worked out for the better for Katie. That could have been a worse start than it was, but she could maybe go to somewhere locally to Portsmouth and hang out with some other darts people who would welcome her with open arms.
Well, I was going to mention that as Sheldon goes to tops to bring it back to 2-1. Now, we see quite a lot here at the Super Series. Players that complete either a Tuesday or Wednesday night's play because there's a couple of very reputable local competitions that are nearby to here. Whether possibly going there, maybe not even playing, just being there and just being in the environment and just relaxing is something that could be a benefit to a couple of players potentially.
Yeah, just be around some nice people.
100.
It's not as if there's any football on.
40.
No, there's not. I'd rather you not talk about football at the minute.
We're talking about a certain
26.
group of saints going back to the Premier League.
Yeah, that goes down as a moment in my career, yes.
Well, let's face facts.
41.
Portsmouth and Southampton have both had a great season. The only thing we're not going to get next year is a derby match, which is a bit of a shame, but it's all good.
100.
Could have a derby match in the Premier League the year after if you have another promotion. And promotion is what this is about over the next day and a bit, because one person is going to be promoted out of this group into Saturday night.
105.
And Sheldon is starting to get a little bit more fruit here. It's almost as if someone's handed her a ladder and she's picking lemons off the tree.
Katie require 170.
Well, that would have been an act of darting defiance from Sheldon there. She could have reeled in the big fish.
155.
Well, O'Sullivan's already had a ton topper on the nose in this match. She's not going to win it with a 155, but can Sheldon make her the 126?
Can't get past it. That was a superb effort, though. But Sullivan could well be that person that gets the last 2 points of these ladies' day.
33.
But the requisite dart at the double couldn't quite be found, and so Sheldon to take us all the way. Double four, 2 twos.
64.
Doesn't go, and so Sullivan has the opportunity now to bring down the hammer on this match. Double 16 for a 3-1 win. Double 8 doesn't go.
4 missed darts for the match. And right in the bottom corner, which she had to have 2 or 3 looks at. We are going the distance in match number 13 today.
5th and final leg, it's Katie to throw first.
Just for a millisecond when she let that go, it might, in her own mind, have gone in double 15, but it didn't. Coincidentally, in the Big Bang Theory, on Saturday nights, it's laundry night for the character known as Sheldon Cooper.
60.
Katie doesn't want to be doing her laundry on Saturday. She wants to be playing darts on this stage.
92.
Sounds a bundle of joy at parties.
100.
There's a very, very famous Katie in Irish sport, isn't there? Katie Taylor.
Great boxer.
Women's sport has had such a shot in the arm the last few years, hasn't it? But don't be fooled. There have been people doing remarkable things for women's sport for the last few decades. People like Martina Navratilova, Billie Jean King, Steffi Graf, to name
60.
one sport. Forget about the likes of Annika Sorenstam in golf.
85.
Michelle Wee.
152.
Oh, not again. How many times has that happened today?
35.
I'll tell you how many times. Too many.
The bullseye to bookend the match with ton-topping checkouts. Not to be for Vianne. And so Sheldon now has her own opportunity to finish the game with a ton-topper. But that looks blocked.
Go for the 54, Katie. Treble 18 leaves double 19.
Persisted.
76.
But couldn't find a way. And so is Sullivan to get over the line. That's trickled into the single 14.
And that leaves 13. So Sheldon has the chance of winning this match
33.
and beating Rianne, who beat her in her first match yesterday.
Double 9. For the win for Katie Sheldon, and she will end the day with a victory, getting the better of Rianne O'Sullivan by 3 legs to 2, and it means that the pair will end the day on 4 points. And so coming up after the break, it's Viinikainen up against Trina Gulliver. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have approached the final couple of games to our Tuesday action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where it sees Trina Gulliver and Kirsty Viinikainen go toe-to-toe. But fear not, do join us for the last match of the day, where we're going to see BEAU, Greaves and Sherrock in action. They're the top two as far as the league table is concerned. BEAU Greaves on 18 points, having won 9 from 9. Sherrock on 16 points, having won 8 from 9. They will do battle following the conclusion of this match. But this, a big game in the battle for Group B darts on Thursday and Friday evening. Currently, Kirsty Viinikainen holds the cards, 8 points to her name. Trina Gulliver on 6, so a win for the Finn would put her on to 10 and put her full clear of the Golden Girl. But if Trina can pick up the points, then it is all honours even coming into this tie tomorrow.
First leg, it's
and
Kirsty
as we know,
to throw first.
a game 14 on a Tuesday morning ends up being an opening round fixture on a Wednesday. So there's a possibility that Kirsty with a double over the Golden Girl could get the job pretty much done.
100.
Just having a little look into Kirsty's career, she's won an awful lot in her neck of the woods. Won in countries like Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Finland, of course. Won the Finnish Open last year. And like a lot of players from Scandinavian countries who don't do a massive amount of travelling but have the talent, they tend to win an awful lot in their neck of the woods. And when she won the Finnish Open last year, she beat Anne Cravey in the final by 4 legs to 0. In fact, she pretty much dominated that tournament. And in the quarterfinals, she beat a lady who, if it was up to me, and we had another week, like next week, I would invite her, because I think she's a superstar. Ingebjorg Magnusdottir from Iceland. She's the best player in Iceland. I think she's one of those players like Kirsty who tends to stick to local stuff instead of branching out. And I think Ingebjorg could be someone that we have to watch out for if she ever has the freedom to travel.
Paul Nicholson already laying the gauntlet down for Women's Week 2.0. And we will have another specials week at the beginning of the autumn, following the conclusion of Series 8. At the end of August, so let us know what specials week you'd like to see here in the Super Series. Get in touch with us on the YouTube chat room, and we've already had 1 or 2 suggestions today. We'll go through them in the next leg. But Viinikainen, 6 on 160 to get the first leg won. Isn't going to happen on this particular occasion.
90.
This has the feeling of a game you sense it's going to go tight. You get the feeling this is a 3-2 either way type encounter between Kirsty and Trina. There hasn't been much to really separate them all day.
Kirsty requires 70.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Double top. Doesn't give a great deal away, like everybody else in that part of the world. That's why nobody likes to play poker against the Finns.
50. Trina require 100.
But she hasn't got a flush there. Trina would like this to go straight in. But it doesn't. It's a busted flush. Or a busted straight, even.
57.
So Viinikainen comes back for double 10 to take out the first leg. Can she nestle it alongside? The other side? No.
No score.
And so Gulliver comes back for 82. We've mentioned this before. These are the types of checkouts. These are the types of chances that she could be so dangerous from. And it may just be a dart at the ball. 64 left. And it is the bull. But it's not fouled.
She can count. Well, she can count herself very, very fortunate that she got a shot at the bull there because of that small 18 hit. But it's double 5 for the Finn. And because she's cut it in half, Gulliver will have another chance.
18.
As Kirsty leaves herself in the madhouse.
35.
Be a leg that Gulliver, on the passenger play, would have no right of winning, but it's one that she's won nonetheless because she's the one that's crossed the finishing line. She's broken Viinikainen and leads 1-0, and that could just be so huge. In best of 5, any small microscopic moment will be magnified.
80.
But we mentioned on the chat room about specials weeks. There's been a lot of clamour for a pairs tournament. I know that's been very popular with a lot of people. There's been a World Cup week where basically 12 different nations are represented.
55.
There's got to be a way we can have a team event.
Ryder Cup style.
Yeah, over the course of 6 days, where things are culminated on a Saturday night. There's got to be a way we can do it.
85.
Think about the way that people get excited about PDC World Cup darts, because it's coming up in a month. Think about how edgy it was when Darryl Gurney was playing Luke Woodhouse the other day in the Netherlands. And if Darryl lost that match, he was not going to be part of the Northern Ireland squad. And it turns out that it's going to be Dolan and Rock. Picking sides is only part of the excitement. Then the action and the tension of getting close to glory. We've got to find a way to do that.
I think you could do it possibly over 5 double session days. So as in for you have 2 sets, you have a morning set, an evening set, and maybe you split the groups in the middle.
There's only so many hours in the day, Deacon.
Oh, here's one from Ethan Evans. Blind pairs.
85.
2-1-1, old World Cup format, 1001 soft tip potentially as well as an option. Soft tip probably ain't going to happen, mate, but the others could be a chance.
Blind pairs I'd be in favour of, because if you were to have pairs that were drawn for each other, we'd, on social media, have the draw for the pairs. So you've got no idea who you're going to be with. It's a bit like our influencer day. That one's in, meaning that 91 is left.
97.
Very solid. Trina looking for the same sort of approach, if not a little bit better. Might get better.
84. Percy requires 74.
74 for Kersey to get the break back, level up at 1-1. 13, the ball's going to have to be the combo now. 63 left. The bullseye. It's found. And Viinikainen breaks back. Level we are at 1-1. Well, we've got some more ideas. The mixed pairs week has been discussed. Mixed doubles. Could do it. The Celeb Darmond, I think that is. Caleb Darmond, sorry. They could do it on a week directly after Champions Week as a buffer. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, 60. Someone said doing a triples event, 3 players a team. I can't see that happening.
There's not enough room on the stage.
No.
85.
What you've got to understand is that there are fixed cameras on the stage. And when the player is throwing, we need to keep that clear. So you can't walk off to the right-hand side. That's why they all walk off to the left as we look at it 41. Right now. Try fitting 6 players on that stage. It just can't happen.
Well, we've seen it for the group challenges, and it's very much a stretch. Now,
100.
bounce out there for Trina. We've had a suggestion from the Godfather 170, otherwise known as Super Series referee Jack Garn. What a superb job he did refereeing on Saturday night. Was absolutely stupendous officiating the finale. Quadro week on the Quadro board, he suggests.
Yeah, good luck getting one of those, though. We go through how many dartboards a week? 6 or 7? Trying to buy that amount of quad boards
83
would obliterate the budget because they are collector's items. We'd have to get them specially made.
Am I right in saying they also painted it by the company that produced it back in the 90s?
I believe so.
60.
Oh, how about equal darts?
That we could do. That would have a few people confused at the start of the week, but I assure you by the end of the week we would get you because it's really interesting.
Tell you what, me and a couple of members of the Super Series crew a couple of weeks ago went to a local tournament. They played an event where if you didn't check out in 21 darts, it was highest score from a further 3 darts that won. It was a really intriguing format. This would be a really intriguing finish. This would be a seismic moment, but Gulliver isn't going to take out the 128. And so Viinikainen 140 for a 2-1 lead.
$85. Trina, you require 40.
Tots for Gulliver. This would be for a trio of breaks at the beginning of this match. Gulliver goes 2-1 up
Gulliver.
and now has the darts to complete a 3-1 victory.
Full flag, it's Trina to throw first. Game on.
Do you want to hazard a guess as to when Trina's first ranking title was and where?
I reckon it was in 1996.
100.
Like the very famous DJ. You're 1 year out. The old Ken Bruceism. 1997.
99.
Which country was it? Because she's won in probably more countries than I've visited.
Well, because Henry did a piece a few weeks ago about the history of the Denmark Open. I'm going to go Denmark.
It's not a bad shout. Next door. Germany. Beat Sharon Kolkloff in Herne in March of 1997. And by the records that I have, that was her first ranking title. And she won a few
45.
that year, including, because you brought it up, Henry, with that victory in Vegas that year, she won a title that not many
100.
Europeans have won. She won the Pacific Masters in 1997 in Australia. The only way that Europeans could win that title is if you travelled all the way for that, but there was no likelihood of that. However,
135.
if the World Cup was there, they'd play that there as well. Raymond van Barneveld has done that. He's won that tournament in Perth. And Trina, in her first year as a ranking champion, she won that one against Mandy Solomons in the final. Arguably the best player in the world at that time.
$55.
It might be the end for Viinikainen as Gulliver goes to try and finish the day on the same points as Kersey.
And finish in style with a 1-1-6 checkout. And Trina Gulliver has laid down a marker ahead of tomorrow's action. Her and Kersey Viinikainen are going to be in a dead heat in the race for Group B. Both players are going to be on 8 points going into tomorrow. But now it is all about the final game of the day. It's the top two going toe-to-toe. It's BEAU Greaves, it's Fallon Sherrock. And this could well be the game that dictates the tungsten tide in this group going into Wednesday's proceedings. Do not miss it.
And so here we go, the last game of the day. You could say the biggest game of the day and the biggest game of the group between BEAU Greaves and Fallon Sherrock. These two, the top two for Sherrock. She's the one chasing down the two-time world champion. Greaves having won each of her opening 9 matches in the group. Sherrock dropping the first game yesterday against bow and arrow, but it's been perfect ever since. This is the rivalry when it comes to the women's game. These two, they have been the two standout players over the last few years. They do battle on the Super Series stage, and in recent times it has been a battle which has been dominated by Fallon Sherrock. Prior to yesterday's meeting, BEAU got the better of Fallon Sherrock in the final of Women's Series 7, but prior to that, Fallon had won each of the previous 5 meetings. It's such an intriguing rivalry, and it's such an intriguing end to the day.
100.
It's almost a bit like darts was in the mid-80s. It was all about Low and Bristow, and they kept meeting each other in big events. But get your gills around this. The first 5 meetings that these two had, and they were all before BEAU Greaves became a world champion, BEAU beat Fallon 5 times in a row to start this rivalry. It has somewhat changed over the last few years.
100.
But 23 meetings outside of the Super Series, and 17 of them have been finals. 11 final wins for BEAU, 6 for Sherrock. And they could be playing each other for the next 10 to 20 years.
$140.
And there's no guarantee that this is the final on Saturday night. Even if they both qualify for Saturday night, they might meet in the group stage. They might meet in the semi-finals. Might be somebody else's week. There's no guarantee that whoever wins through to Saturday is going to win.
96.
Interesting from Fallon, a very aggressive approach. I didn't think she was going to go for that.
Could almost be a case of, because she's the player chasing in the group, she's the one that feels like she may have to set her stall out the quicker of the two.
Maybe. She's got to get a break of throat. Is it right now?
21.
It isn't.
Oh, you require 76.
Keeping it simple. Now tops.
56.
Not so simple after all, as Sherrock now goes for the ballet double. Oh, that was a violent bounce out.
No score. BEAU, you require 20.
Sherrock said 6 darts to see off this first leg. Greaves has now missed a couple of darts to win it. Both
15.
players admit the visit's worth in this leg.
4.
They both know the importance of this particular fixture. And for all the brilliance that they have possessed over the last couple of days, it could well be that 20-dart break of throw for Fallon Sherrock that could prove so key.
Second leg, it's Fallon to throw first. Game on.
Yesterday, BEAU's averages were all very impressive. Today, there's been the incredible
137.
and going a little bit further down the scale. The range has been a lot wider. Now, if the range is wider purely because your best game has been better,
60.
That's fine. But if your range is wider because you've gone higher and lower, that's where the big I word comes in.
180.
Inconsistency, but this is going to go down to tomorrow no matter what happens from this one. It's just a question of how close it is.
100.
Because if Greaves wins, she has a 4-point cushion overnight. If she doesn't, it's all level.
Look how quickly Fallon's switching through the gears here after what happened at the end of that last leg. Leaving herself on a 2-darter after 9 to move herself 2-0 to the good potentially in next to no time at all. And Greaves has got no response.
100.
Not in this leg.
84.
Most of the games that they play are not best of 5. Whoever gets the start
52.
Fallon could have a 2-0 start here. That might be good enough to get the win.
$80. Fallon, you require 32.
Double 16.
Gauge
2-0
on the
Sherrock,
second
13
leg.
darter.
Fallon Sherrock.
And she is now a leg away from being the player to beat going into tomorrow.
So
Both
it's
players
Bo
would
to
be
go
level on
first.
points. Both players would be on 18 points going into the final day's proceedings. It then go down to legs difference to decide who will be top of the pile. And it could well be that head-to-head meeting, which is in the penultimate round of fixtures
123.
tomorrow afternoon, that could dictate or decide who will be the first player through to Women's Week's finals night.
Here she goes again.
140.
If Greaves wins this leg and Fallon wins leg 4, they will be level on points
180.
and leg difference. There will be nothing between them.
You always expected the Bo Greaves counter-attack.
96.
But because it's a truncated format, is it a case of too little too late already?
There's two ways of looking at it. One,
85.
you've got a person who's a leg away from victory. But if you're 2-0 down, you've just got to win 3 in a row instead of 4 in our regular format. Back to the 60 for Fallon.
53.
And a bit of breathing space for the very first time here in the match for BEAU.
$53.
Not to be, but she leaves herself on a single to double upon her return.
$58. Bowie requires
I think
60.
all of Fallon's focus is now based on leg number 4. Oh,
No score.
maybe it isn't.
Fallon, you require 154.
Who saw that coming? I know I didn't. And now she has to come back for 60, which is a little bit edgier than it was before.
45.
For
Bowie
more reasons
requires
than one.
60.
Firstly, because she wants to put it high, and she does. And secondly, Sherrock's on a more makeable out. To keep the game going, to keep the game
Gauge on the
rolling,
third
she
leg.
pins the top's
Bo
first
Greaves.
time of asking. Fallon Sherrock now has the darts to see the game through. To see through a 3-1 victory
playing
mean that
against
this
Fallon to
pair
go
will be
first.
tied at the top of
Game
the
on.
table going into tomorrow afternoon's proceedings. Interestingly, this is what this game does in terms of interest, in terms of clamour. There's currently
81.
3,000 people watching on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. I remind you, it's a 1:15 on a Tuesday afternoon in the UK. It's the middle of the afternoon in mainland Europe, and at other times as well. It's not
100.
quite peak hours. This is what this rivalry does. It gauges people's eyes.
100.
Not a bad thing to watch from North America if you're having breakfast. Or if you're having a midnight snack in Australia.
180.
Very, very nice time to get a maximum to send a very bold message to Sherrock. As if to say, I am not done yet.
96.
And guess who's nicked the darts in leg 4? All the misses are forgotten now.
125.
As she sets up a 2-darter. It's up to Fallon to pressurise. 84 will be the target. Not going to get there. In fact,
60.
it is a
Bowie
finish,
require 96.
but it's a massive one. She may have just lost her advantage in this match.
Double 8.
88.
Doesn't go.
Fallon, you require 164.
Sherrock 164 to win the contest. Otherwise, Greaves is back for double 4 to take us to a decider. And Greaves is going to get her 3 darts at double 4 to send us
92.
to a
Bowie
last
require
leg in this
8.
contest. And is it
Gauge
perhaps
on the
fitting
fourth leg.
that these
Bo
two will
Greaves.
give us a crescendo? That these two players, the pinnacle of the women's game,
and final
will take
leg,
us all the
it's
way
Bo
to a
first.
deciding leg.
Game on.
They have been the standout players in the group. But they cannot be separated here. Sherrock came racing out the traps. Greaves has came back and now firing on all fronts in the
180.
decider.
It may just be the decider. She has not lost in the last couple of days. She has been troubled on a couple of occasions. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I had a hat on, I'd be holding on to it. Because this would be the most ridiculous end to a Tuesday session we've ever had.
Fallon Sherrock hit the first ever 9 darter by a female player in front of the cameras here. BEAU Greaves could have done it against her to beat her.
90.
The lead is 349. Fallon knows now the only way she wins is if BEAU loses her arm.
What a push towards the line this has been. Double 16 for the comeback win. And BEAU Greaves, once again, is impeccable, is invincible, and has won 5 from 5. It's 10 out of 10 for bow and arrow. Fallon Sherrock went 2-0 up in that contest, but BEAU Greaves mounted the comeback charge. That, the tail of the tape from that particular match. 93.5 the average for BEAU Greaves, 3 out of 10 on the doubles. She nearly treated us to a 9 darter in the deciding leg. And so the lead at the top of the table overnight is going to be 4 points. Fallon Sherrock has got it all to do going into the final day's play. It's going to be BEAU Greaves that tops the pile going into tomorrow. She's beaten Fallon Sherrock in our final game of the day by 3 legs to 2. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've had a dramatic end to our Tuesday's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it's seen BEAU Greaves come back from 2-0 down to get the better of Fallon Sherrock by 3 legs to 2. Well, when it mattered the most and when you're under the most severest of pressure, once again, you just found something, didn't you?
Yeah, well, to be fair, it's probably the most nervous I've felt since playing in the Ladies' Week, but it's one of them, you go into it, you know it's an important game going into tomorrow, and I just started hitting them trebles, and my first start was going in and just happened to sort of get over the line.
There can't be many games that you've played best of 5 where there have been 6 180s in it. I mean, that was quite an incredible match for such a short format.
It was good. I know, obviously, every time I play Fallon, I know it's gonna go either way. Obviously, she's an absolutely fantastic player, and I enjoy the game because I know it's going to be competitive and obviously high scoring. And I came off there just feeling a little bit fortunate to having set off the last leg with the 180s. But yeah, it was a good game to take part in.
What sort of flicked when you went 2-0 down? Because it just felt like something just kind of clicked into gear a little bit of yourself.
Yeah, I set off a bit slow. I know Fallon missed a few darts in the first leg to sort of get it done sooner, but I think I just sort of said to myself, I mean, I've got the throw, at least get a leg. And then obviously I was sort of thinking if I got a leg and then going into tomorrow, it might have sort of gone either way. But I don't know what happened. My darts were just going in. I was trying to just set to myself, get them above the treble. And I did. And it's just one of them. I just sort of went with the flow of it and just got over the line.
When you hit the 2 180s in the last leg, Did you think about the possibility of a 9-darter?
I mean, yeah, to be fair, I've been in it a few times since coming down here, but I think it's probably going to come at some point, I'd like to think. But I did fancy it, to be fair, but I was more thinking about set it up and don't let Fallon creep up on me and, yeah, get the leg one.
But that wasn't the only highlight you had today, because you had a couple of Tub Plus checkouts in there. The 132 was the key one in there, and this was a lovely fish. We're just going to show it on the monitor down there. Against Trina Gulliver to get the job done. Bang.
It was nice, to be fair. It was one of them, because I was talking to Katie in the back room, and she was like, after we'd all done the bullseye challenges and stuff, that not many of us hit bullseye. So she said at some point there's a bullseye finish going to come today, and then I seen her on the way out, and I said, that's your one, innit? And it's one of them. It was sort of just if it went in, it went in. But yeah, you can't beat it, can you? It was a good shot.
You must be happy with the last victory. Obviously, it gives you a 4-point cushion overnight. Your first game today, you averaged over 108 in that one. What kind of range? I know you probably don't think about averages, but is there something in your own mind where you think that, where is your ceiling? Do you think you can get over that 115 range? Is that where you're looking at this point in your career?
I know it's definitely in there. I think, obviously, when I played Kevin and I think it was 114, I felt great, but I could have played better. I think, so I came up here thinking, God, I probably should have done a little bit better there, but it's one of them. I think with the ladies' game, I just want to get the wins and want to. Obviously, I know Fallon was probably my biggest opponent coming into it, but you know those games could have gone either way. She could have been sat here right now with a 4-point lead. It's just what happens on the day, and I just try and play my game, and I have done over the past few days, and I have played quite decent.
And so to tomorrow, the fact that you had the experience last week of winning the Group A at Champions Week, does that give you a little bit of a heads up in the fact that you know exactly what that situation's like now?
Yeah, probably. I think it's one of them. I can't get too ahead of myself. I've got to obviously go in tomorrow and think, you know, keep doing what I'm doing and stuff. It's hard not to think about the table and stuff, but it's one of them. I've had a great first 2 days. I've had some really good games, and I think I dropped off a little bit. I think it might have been against Kersey, but it was going to happen at some point. But I don't know, I'm just enjoying it. I'm playing well, and I think coming off the back of Champions Week, obviously playing such a high quality standard all the time has sort of made me prepared more for this week.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second. We're just going to quickly round up what we've seen today in terms of the results here with Paul. It felt like throughout the course of the day that BEAU and Fallon were always going to be on that collision course in the final game, didn't it?
Yeah, I think it's had the same sort of ring to what golf was like around 20 years ago when you suspected it was going to be Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson in the final round together. But it will be these two looking for glory tomorrow. It will be a very sensational story if it's not BEAU, because that 4-point cushion looks extremely comfortable at the minute. But if she's got the same professionalism and the same focus as she's had over the last few weeks on this stage, because she's almost living in Portsmouth at the minute, then it will be a case of Saturday night again for Greaves, and Saturday nights are usually very good to her.
Well, that is the table there. BEAU has a 4-point lead from Fallon Sherrock. I just want to quickly talk to you about the race for that third place there, Paul, because Kersey and Trina level on 8 points, and Rhiannon and Katie aren't out of it, but they're going to have to do something special tomorrow.
Yes, they will, and I think someone's going to have to be cut adrift, whether it's Katie at the bottom or not. But I think Trina deserves a lot of credit today. She showed some great fight and some great abilities to get some wins that she wasn't getting the previous day and on previous experiences here at the MODUS Super Series. So getting 6 points from 10 today is a very good effort.
And in terms of yourself, BEAU, we see you there, 20 points to your name. You've broken records before. You became the first player to win every game in a week. So 10 wins from 10. No one's ever done the perfect 15 in a Group A tomorrow. It's another slice of history potentially on the table. Is that something that may potentially creep in the mind? Or is that something that only if you win the group do you actually think of, okay, maybe that's possible?
I think it's more probably if I win the group. I think I'd love to sort of probably be sat here with you tomorrow saying, oh, I can't wait for 2 days off. But I think when you look at the table, like with training and stuff, there's a lot of players that haven't played that well yet. And I think maybe tomorrow they might kick in a little bit. But it's hard. I mean, obviously, even playing Fallon, like Fallon can... You've obviously seen Fallon play God knows how many games here, and if she turns it on, then she's difficult to beat. And I think I've been a bit fortunate that she hasn't played too great against. She played well then, but obviously but it's one of them. It's all to play for, so I think I've still got to go into tomorrow and think I need to just keep that standard up and keep my data straight. I think is the main thing for me, and just getting them doubles done as quick as possible.
Think about this, Henry. Tomorrow, we could have something else as well. We could have somebody lose this group with 26 points. Think about that for a second. That is ludicrous, but that is possible.
Most certainly could be. Well, it feels like a saying we said a lot to you here at the Super Series, BEAU. Many congratulations on another perfect day. Paul, thank you for your company as ever. And we'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30. We'll get underway here on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Group A is going to finish. But as far as proceedings are going so far, so good for Greaves. Bye from us.